morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start. To get us started, I'd like to introduce our moderator for the event today, Mr. Chijoke Odo. Mr. Odo is a specialist and the global trade for Deloitte West African. He has deep understanding of the West African customs landscape, Africa's regional trade agreements, and global trade frameworks, such as the Convention on Unification and Harmonization of Customs Procedures, Harmonized Commodity System, and Trade Facilitation Agreement. Mr. Odo is primarily for developing and implementing organization looking to navigate West Africa. He has business processes new collection as well as business optimization. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to introduce you, Mr. Chijoke Odo. Mr. Odo, over to you.
Thank you so much, Francis Anatogo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day one of the AfCFTA Nigeria Strategy Workshop Series 2 with the theme Manufacturing for Africa. My name once again is Chijoke Odo, and I will be your moderator for today's session. The 13th extraordinary session of the Assembly of African Heads of States and Government on the AfCFTA was held on 5th December 2020. That session provided the clearest indication that the rubber will indeed hit the road on the AfCFTA. Specifically, our very own Nigeria deposited its instrument of ratification of the AfCFTA to become the 34th state party, and the heads of state and government adopted the decision for the start of trading on the 1st of January 2021, even though this will be subject to completion of all operational instruments and alignment of national legislations to the AfCFTA. But before you say there is still a long way to go before that happens, know that so far 41 of the 54 countries that have signed the agreement establishing the AfCFTA have submitted their tariff offers. So it's closer than we all think. Against this backdrop, on the subject of strategizing for success, these are critical times for stakeholders in the manufacturing sector. The strategies we adopt at this time, and importantly, the implementation thereof, will ultimately decide where we play, how we play, and if we'll win. So where are we? What is the plan? What needs to be done? Who needs to do what? These questions and more will be answered over the next 4 days of this workshop series. We are grateful to have with us today the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Otumba Adebayo. We shall also have in attendance very distinguished participants whose views are critical in establishing a robust strategy for Nigeria and Nigerians. We have about 3.5 hours to go through what should be a very packed session. So we would like to request that every speaker keeps to the time allotted. If you have any questions or need any assistance, please drop your comments in the chat box and someone will attend to you. It's already 13 minutes into the session. And so without further delay, what better way to start the session than to welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, His Excellency Otumba Adebayo, to speak to us about Nigeria's AfCFTA's vision and mission. The Honorable Minister will be represented by Mr. Francis Anatogo, Secretary of the National Action Committee of the AfCFTA and a Senior Special Assistant to the President. Mr. Anatogo, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. I think before we go, I think we may start the opening prayer. So with your permission, I can just take it and then move on to deliver the minister's speech. So good morning, everyone. On your screen, you will see the opening prayer, which is the second stanza of the national anthem. And we can all take it together. O God of creation, direct our noble course guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Thank you very much. So on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Otumba Ni Adebayo, CON, I'm pleased to welcome you to this event. His Excellency, Honorable Minister, is unavoidably absent as today is his day at the Council of the Annual Council of the Industry, Trade and Investment, which started on Monday and will be rounding up today. He recognized that this is very, very important, especially given that we have ratified and trade will start on the 1st of January. So we have to go ahead at both events, go ahead in parallel for his regards, and I will deliver his behalf. It is also for the same reason that the Honorable Minister of for Industry, Trade and Investment and the PAMSEC and Director are not here this morning. They will join us, but this morning they will be with the Honorable Minister to conclude the Trade Council. So the address of the Honorable Minister goes like this, and I go. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to this session of the AfCFTA Strategy Workshop Series 2, organized by the Secretariat of the National Action Committee on AfCFTA in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. These workshops are part of our program to chart Nigeria's national strategy for the successful implementation of the AfCFTA. Our theme for this event is Manufacturing for Africa, and it reflects our vision to leverage AfCFTA to achieve our long-desired national aspiration of industrialization, export diversification, and economic growth. This is because Africa demands what we desire to produce. Africa's annual import of over $550 billion per annum are mostly manufactured goods. So we cannot take the Africa market for granted. Furthermore, our government's aspiration is to lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty by 2030. And this cannot be achieved without a vibrant manufacturing sector. The challenges we face in growing our manufacturing sector are known, but all hands must be on deck because we must confront them until we succeed. We also cannot forget to use every opportunity to build regional linkages, as this will help us to take advantage of already existing capacities and ecosystems to reduce costs for businesses, build trust, and positive relationship across borders. Our objective for the event today is to define a shared vision through identifying what needs to be done and who should do what for Nigeria's intra-Africa trade to blossom under AfCFTA. This event is also part of the overall agenda to sensitize Nigerians on the opportunities inherent in the AfCFTA and inform on the state of play of government programs. Maximizing the opportunities for economic growth and job creation through a vibrant manufacturing sector means that we must embrace technology, adopt value chain development approach, promote local content growth across every segment of the value chain. There are very obvious opportunities in the manufacturing sector that we must not lose sight of. from patronizing our locally manufactured goods and agricultural products to manufactured products such as automobiles and parts, electrical components and equipment, leather, textiles, garments, etc. We must also focus on building the linkages between production and services. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges like I mentioned earlier are known, and we must focus on addressing the competitiveness issue, including improvements in infrastructure, ease and cost of doing business, and power. We must keep in mind that over 80% of businesses are SMEs, so our strategies must cater for small, medium, and large businesses. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased with the quality of speakers that we put together for this event. And I invite you all to understand and to bear in mind that implementation comes with its challenges, and that we must remain committed to overcoming them for the overall good of our country and for Africa. We must always remember that irrespective of our positions, we are all in the same team, Team Nigeria, and when our team wins, we all win. Once again, let me thank all our distinguished invitees for accepting to honor our invitation today and for making out the time to contribute to this national assignment. Thank you all for your participation, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. That's the remarks from the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. And back to you, Mr. Odo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Francis Anatogo, and thank you for the remarks by the Honorable Minister. I think these remarks are very critical at this time, and it's always a reminder of what capacity Nigeria has and how Nigeria can actually be a beneficiary, the biggest beneficiary of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We would now like to welcome the President of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Engineer Manso Ahmed. Engineer Manso Ahmed, who is also an executive director at the Dangote Group, has been at the forefront of designing and implementing Nigeria's approach to the AfCFTA and perhaps needs no further introduction. You have the floor, Engineer Manso.
Thank you very much, moderator. And let me thank Francis and the organizers of this conversation for inviting me to participate in this very important event. As the Honorable Minister has said, I believe that with the a few weeks to the start of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is coming up in the first week of next month, it is absolutely important that Nigeria and indeed the whole of Africa reflect on the state of our industry, particularly of our manufacturing sector, in order to assess our readiness, not only to participate, but also to gain from the introduction of this very larger, much larger market. I believe that it is now a common belief that industrialization and particularly manufacturing is believed to be the catalyst for rapid development, rapid growth and development of any economy. And unfortunately, our country and in general our continent, we must admit that the effort at creating and sustaining a vibrant manufacturing sector has been rather elusive. On the contrary, in many of our countries, and certainly particularly in Nigeria, over the past decade or two, there has been in many parts significant decline of the manufacturing capacity, which indeed some people think amounts to a deindustrialization of our economy. So if indeed, as the Honourable Minister said, that 80% of our imports in Africa or more is largely of manufactured goods, and if we accept that manufacturing itself is a process that creates value and generates employment, then the status of our economies in Nigeria and in Africa generally clearly is unfortunate, because most of our exports are low value products, low value raw materials and minerals, which in their extraction and development actually create low value labor to a large extent. Whereas manufacturing creates higher value labor and also creates additional value. So when we continue to export basic raw materials and import manufactured goods, as indeed most people have said in the past, we're actually exporting labor and importing virtually poverty. And that is why our economies have been characterized by a high incidence of poverty and lack of employment. As we all know, in Nigeria in particular, the level of unemployment has led to huge challenges, including the security situation that we are now facing. So African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, I believe, is an opportunity for us to think through our policies, to think through the structure of our economies, and to begin to do what is absolutely urgently necessary for us to industrialize our economy, and particularly increase significantly the capacity of our manufacturing sector and our ability to produce these manufactured goods that obviously we need to consume. I think in the words of President Muhammadu Buhari, even as we anticipate AfCFTA, we must focus on producing what we consume and consuming what we produce, and indeed exporting what others should consume, not what they will now use to produce products and generate jobs that we could generate in our people. So the manufacturing sector is a critical part of the consideration of the discussion and the thinking that we have to do in order to take maximum advantage of the AfCFTA. I believe we all know where we are today. The sector is operating under a very vast environment with innumerable challenges. And therefore, the start of what we have to do to change the situation must be to address all our challenges in a systematic, meaningful, and coordinated manner. I say meaningful and coordinated because I believe that when you look at our industrial policies and our economic policies generally, what we see generally is a certain lack of coordination and sustainability, which we ought to, which is necessary if we are in fact to see continuous progress towards successful and meaningful industrialization. Obviously, apart from policies, we also must look at the infrastructure, both within our domestic environment, but also within the overall regional and continental space, because without these, even if we're able to produce, we may not be able to do so competitively. And as I believe the minister has highlighted, competitiveness is indeed the essence of successful trade. And we, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa, must recognize that opening up our market within this continental free trade agreement means actually opening up our industries and our manufacturing establishment to competition from others. And to a large extent, therefore, creating the environment to ensure that we are competitive is also absolutely essential for our manufacturing sector to survive. Because if we're not competitive at the continent level or at the domestic level, it is unlikely that our industries will grow the way it should. So in my view, some of the key things that we must do, I think we all know, but let me highlight at least 4 or 5. First of all, overall, so as I said before, consistent policies and the policy environment, not just at the domestic level, but also at the continental level. This means harmonizing our policies between the various member states of this continental market. And this is obviously going to be a huge challenge because in the past, each of our countries has looked in its own direction and created policies to serve its own purpose. We have, well, obviously, because of the low level of intra-African trade, there has been very little effort, even at regional levels, despite the several decades of regional integration. We have not tried to create consistent trans-border policies and regulations that will facilitate effective trade. So in the course of negotiating the various protocols for AfCFTA, it is absolutely essential that the regulatory environment, the policy environment, the trade facilitation environment must all be developed in a systematic, harmonious level, and there must be commitment for all of us in the continent, across countries, to commit to operating within those regulations and guidelines. The second area, of course, is, as we all know, is also the provision of adequate trade-related infrastructure or production-related infrastructure, and both. Obviously, in our case in Nigeria, we have always recognized that the provision of electricity, the energy infrastructure, must be key to our ability to produce competitively and participate competitively in the African market. In this regard, I would like to highlight particularly that the issue of electricity supply and the issue of gas development, because we have the capacity to really produce the energy we need and even export. We have the capacity, indeed more than the capacity, to produce the gas we need for our industries and our homes, if you like, and even export. But we have not done much to develop this. As here today, we are generating electricity at less than an average of, or supplying electricity at an average of less than 5,000 megawatts. Whereas if we are to operate successfully in our economy, given our size, we ought to be doing, at least in my view, 25 to 30,000 megawatts. So we have a long way to go. Also, as I said, trade infrastructure, particularly cross-border transport infrastructure, roads and railways must be developed. We have now seen effort by the present government to create, at least internally, the domestic infrastructure that will probably improve the situation considerably. And we hope that this will actually be scaled up as much as possible. I think the third is really also in terms of skills development. Because again, competitiveness requires that you produce not only the goods and services, but the quality required in these goods and services that will compete with the other imports. And so we need to build infrastructure and capacity to literally to scale up the skills of our people across the economy at all levels. I'm just highlighting some of these because obviously I'm sure these are things that will be discussed as we go along. So one of the things that we need to do is really to align our educational sector as a whole to the needs of our economy. Because we have, over the past, been producing graduates from our various institutions that unfortunately have not only been aligned or ready to create the outputs that are required in industry. So we need to, first of all, diversify the skill base. as it is today, great proportion of our graduates, do not have the skills they need to be able to be in meaningful employment. Therefore, we need to diversify. We need to expand technical and crafts skill development basis. We need to improve on the infrastructure. We need to create more of the institutions, and we need to harmonize all this to ensure that there's a balance between what our institutions produce and what our industries and our market demands. I think the Honorable Minister highlights the need for us to also jump on the technology bandwagon, because as we go into this continental free trade area agreement, we know that technology is going to be a major determinant of competitiveness. Technology, not only for production, but also trade-related technology, communication, and technology for ensuring adequate, effective, and easy financial transactions. And talking about transactions, we also recognize that the availability of finance, particularly for our industries and our enterprises, has been a major sore point. And I think it is important that we look into this direction with a view to expanding the availability and also bringing down the cost of financing. I'm happy to say that we have seen some strenuous effort, particularly on the part of the private sector and indeed continental institutions, such as the Afro-Exim Bank and the African Development Bank, to try and create financing infrastructure that will boost the capacity of our industries and our markets. I think it is important that we work strenuously to develop if not harmonized, if not uniform, but a harmonized financing system, financing services that will both make financing cheaper and transactions cheaper. The cost of transaction, for instance, between, say, Ghana and Nigeria is so much higher than, say, the cost of transaction between China and for instance, India. So even between China and Nigeria. So we cannot be competitive if we maintain this kind of challenging financial transaction times and requirements. Finally, I think we also need, as has been suggested, to begin to integrate not only our political systems and our economic systems, but also our markets by creating and building trans-border joint investments across trans-borders through partnerships across all levels. I think we must begin to encourage the development of African partnerships, especially looking at how we can build this value chain, how we can develop our value chains so that each area, each region can actually scale up its own where it has advantage, and then we can, in fact, build the kind of large enterprises that are necessary for real competitive production. But we must also give more chance to our small and medium enterprises that, of course, constitute the larger base for the creation of employment. In this regard, my main suggestion is that aggregation of production as well as trade at the small and medium enterprises level will be extremely helpful. Last week, or no, earlier this week, there was a presentation of some effort to put together a framework that will enable small and medium enterprises to work together, to collaborate and cooperate and partner, to scale up production, improve on quality and logistics services, which will enable them to trade even more effectively. I believe if we are able to make significant progress in most of these areas that I've mentioned, I believe the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement will certainly be a turning point in the trajectory of the economic growth of our individual countries and our continent. I would like to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Mansour Ahmed. I think those comments, those 5 things you mentioned are critical. I mean, we've probably heard them before, but it's important that we continue to send this message about what exactly is critical for manufacturers or producers in Nigeria to be able to take full advantage of these agreements. And just to reemphasize, you talked about harmonizing policies, trade and production related infrastructure, you talked about skills development, and then you talked about technology, and lastly, you talked about finance. I think I cannot agree with you more about how critical these five things are for manufacturers. So thank you again, Engineer Mansour Ahmed. We would like to go to the technical session. If you look at the agenda, we should be starting with Mr. Ambrose Oruche. But I'd like to apologize to him. I'd like to apologize to Mrs. Saratu Iyaliyu, Mr. Dewali Bakari, and Mr. Bernard Oji. Mr. Bubakar Bello he's been called and needs to leave urgently. So we want him to share his comments in 10 minutes, please, Mr. Bubakar Bello, around the AfCFTA, the preparedness of the Nigerian financial institutions for the manufacturing sector businesses. Mr. Abubakar Bello is the Managing Director of Nigerian Export-Import Nexim Bank. I'll leave it there and then ask Mr. Abubakar Bello to, please, you have the floor for the next 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for moving me up the program. I have to run off to another meeting right now. And it's quite as important as this because that's where the funding will come from. I'm going to quickly give our presentation and the outline of the presentation. Is it going to be uploaded? The outline of the presentation is that we'll give a brief overview of the export sector in Nigeria. Then move on to Nigeria's regional export, finance for manufacturing, and the role of DFIs, specifically Nexim's intervention. Then I'll finish off with the concluding remarks. So going on to the next slide, Nigeria's export continues to be dominated by oil. The graph just by the side emphasizes this, where over 90% of the country's exports is dominated by oil. As the non-oil export bank of Nigeria, that means that for us, we're doing abysmally not too good in non-oil exports. Again, in the non-oil exports, raw materials, that is primary production, accounts for over 47% of those exports. And those are mostly agricultural commodities. Now, later in the slides, you will see that Nigeria's regional and continental exports accounts for less than 2%. Non-oil exports accounts for less than 2% of our exports. Why? Because Nigeria and all its neighbors have the same exports. There is homogeneity in the exports. Why? Basically because we are all primary producers. To have some advantage where regional trade can be grown, we have to add value. And that is create some form of processing to create a regional value chain where our products will be exported in the region. So manufacturing exports account for only 12% of the non-oil exports of Nigeria. And the pie chart there shows you the distribution of Nigeria's non-oil exports that is manufactured or processed, as it were. So, like I said, exports from Nigeria, 77% goes to Europe and Asia, 44 and 33% respectively, and only 18% of Nigeria's export is done within the region. Of the 18%, 90% of that, or 95% of that, is oil exports. Manufactured exports into Africa and the region is largely tobacco. Again, but you go to African markets, you see Nigerian products, manufactured products, and all that is done. Can you go back to the slide, please? All that is done informally. So despite the fact that the trade is low, we have it on record that the export of manufactured products within the region is more than 3 to 5 times what is recorded. So we have two issues here. One, there is a high level of informal trade, which we now need to bring onto the formal platform. And in our facilitation roles, we have been trying to do that, which includes the manufacturers themselves, Export Promotion Council, and the Central Bank of Nigeria, to try and bring the informal sector onto the formal platform. And that will support the benefits that the Continental Free Trade Area will bring to Nigeria. Next slide, please. So, despite that, Nigeria has a comparative advantage that we need to further explore. In the trade in the regional market, 87% of the exports into the regional market are manufactured. But what the problem is here is that the contribution to total exports is very small, and we need to expand that. We need to increase that value-added tax to the region as a strategy to boost the contribution of non-oil exports to Nigeria. Now, how do we do that? We have the major products that are processed in Nigeria and traded within the region, albeit most of it is informal. There is tobacco, rubber, shoes in both plastic and leather materials, soaps and detergents, polybags, cement, and food, particularly pasta. So what are the problems? I think Engineer Mansour has listed some of the problems that we have in expanding the trade of manufactured products in Nigeria. First of all, financing is very low, as the whole manufacturing sector in Nigeria only has 16% of bank lending financing in the sector. And specifically for for export, there is less than 1% of lending for export manufacturing in total lending of commercial banks. And this is attributed to the type of deposits or funding that is in the financing sector, as 94% of funds in the Nigerian banking industry is in short-term funds. So we have a problem of funds mismatching and also interest. So manufacturing sector is lacking in terms of funding. There are also other challenges and risks that is associated with the manufacturing sector. The infrastructure issue has been listed, power, roads, and water. There is also multiplicity of taxes, which as policy, government must look at that to see how taxes and other duty that is related to manufacturing are adjusted to make our products competitive in the sector. There's also the problem of port congestion, both maritime port and even the road ports. I spoke of high interest rates that is occasioned by funds mismatch, and then the exchange rate volatility. Now, development banks were set up to address some of these issues where long-term funding can be sought and made available. So we have BOI, DBN, NEXIM, and I believe BOI is going to speak on what efforts they're doing in supporting manufacturing. And as state-owned enterprises, we have a developmental focus rather than a commercial focus. So we're able to take longer-term work, provide longer-term funding, take higher risks, and support SMEs to try and push development, especially manufacturing in this case. So a lot is dependent on what the development finance institutions can provide to drive manufacturing, especially for SMEs, where most of our production that can be traded within the region and continentally, we will come from the activities of the small and medium enterprises. So with particular focus to trade, NEXIM was established in 1991 to support export development by providing facilities in both local and foreign currency for input and production. We also provide working capital to Nigerian exporters, as well as provide credit guarantees to foreign banks towards acquisition of equipment for such manufacturing. So what NEXIM has been doing in the past is trying to boost processing rather than export of primary products, though there's a lot of trade that happens. But we have, I think out of the about 65,000 tons of cocoa production capacity in Nigeria, NEXIM financed maybe 90% of them, as well as for other commodities that we have been trading. But other challenges, as mentioned earlier, have made most of this production capacity idle. And we've gone into an agreement, for instance, with AfCFTA Bank, where a 1 billion naira line has been provided in revamping these capacities, as well as establishing new ones under the Nigerian Africa Trade and Investment Promotion Program, NATIP, which is yet to be operational. However, as soon as the Continental Free Trade Area becomes operational, these lines become available. We've also gone into another partnership with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Export Group, Nexport Trade, which is to provide warehouses for export of Nigeria's manufactured goods into the regional markets. And that effort is also being worked out. We've done some trial trades and we've seen the opportunities. And I believe that is one area where we can facilitate the export of Nigeria's manufactured products into the region. There's also the export.
Sorry, Mr. Bello, apologies.
Yes.
We just run slightly over 10 minutes now, and we need to.
Okay, so I'll just quickly say what the last, under the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, there was the non-oil, zero oil plan, under which there is the One State, One program, export program development. Now, that is an initiative of Export Promotion Council, on which we have put money behind. So our plan is to fund up to between 1 and 5 billion in each state, where we'll do an aggregation program for both agri products and solid minerals, and finance it through the value chain up to the finished goods or semi-finished goods to boost manufacturing of both agri products and solid minerals. The next slide gives just a schematic of the plan under the One State, One Program facility, and a total of 180 billion can be expended on that program, which is to drive processing of Nigerian export products. So in conclusion, Nexim is committed to boosting intra-Africa trade, especially for processed goods. In what will happen in the region and continentally is that we'll start to have local, regional, and continental value chains, which will facilitate this trade with the global markets and open up the global markets for Africa's value addition within that. And the bank is doing everything it can, both financially and in trade facilitation roles, to make this happen. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And if there are questions, I'm sure they will come later. We'll be here to take them. If not me, if my colleague is here with us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Boubacar Bello, for that session. I think a couple of things that jumped out was when you talked about how much financing is going to the manufacturing sector. That's just about 16%. You talk about only 12% of non-oil exports is manufactured products. Those are the realities of where we are, and those are the gaps. And we don't have the gaps there. Shows us how much work needs to be done. And so thank you so much, Mr. Bakabelo. Before you run, we want to take pictures now at this moment, so that as our speakers come after, we don't wait until the end when everyone is not here. So can I request that everyone turn on your cameras? Let's just take 1 minute maximum. Please very quickly turn on your cameras. We have a lot to cover today. Okay, so can we have the pictures now? Please indicate when we are done with the picture so that we can move on.
Thank you, TJK, we're done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bello. Thank you so much. So we would, first of all, I think I want to sincerely apologize to every speaker, because there's so much to take, so much to share. When I listen to Engineer Mansour Ahmed and listen to Mr. Boubacar, I'm not happy that we have to limit this to 10 minutes. And so to give everyone time to much possible answer some of those questions, we talked about, the questions we laid out at the outset, and it's good to have a lot more time for everyone to speak. And so I would limit the introductions as much as possible to the barest minimum, so that we can have more time for the speakers to share, because everyone has about 10 minutes maximum. So I would like to now call on Mr. Ambrose Oruche. He is the acting DG for the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Mr. Ambrose Oruche, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chijo. Okay, I stand on the existing protocol. But let me ask, I don't know whether my slides are there for sharing, or whether I can share the slides.
I believe your slide should be there. The Secretariat, if you're listening, are you going to share the slides, or can Mr. Oruche share his?
Mr. Oruche, you can please go ahead and share your slides. Your slides did not come in on time. Can you go ahead and share your slides?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Oruche, you can share your slides. Thank you.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, please. Yes, Mr.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about AfCFTA implementation, the critical readiness requirements for the Nigerian manufacturing sector. I'm just standing on my president's presentation, which is detailed and talk about the issues that manufacturers are facing. But let me also commend the organizers for the theme, which is manufacturing for Africa. That shows that we have a goal, we have an objective to achieve in this AfCFTA, because we need to prepare, we need to, from the onset, knows what our vision is. So if our vision is manufacturing for Africa, we need to also look at the challenges, the constraints manufacturers face, and see how we can remedy it so that we can achieve the vision set for ourselves. My presentation, the outline, will look at African Continental Free Trade Area, just a summary, because that's not the focus of my presentation. Then they will look at the constraints to gain full participation in AfCFTA agreement, and then conclude because of the time allocated to me. African Continental Free Trade. African Continental Free Trade Agreement has 6 objectives, which you can see in the slide. Creation of a single continental market for goods and services for Africans to take advantage of 1.3 billion people within the African continent. We also have accelerating the establishment of the African Customs Union, enhanced competitiveness at the industry and enterprise level, expansion of intra-African trade, resolve the challenges of multiple and overlapping memberships, and expedite the regional and continental integration processes. I am going to focus on the expansion of intra-African trade, and then that brings in the boosting inter-African trade, be it in broad terms, AfCFTA seeks to improve trade across the continent through the underlisting thematic points. We need to have a common trade policy that will encourage all the African countries to be in the same page in regards to the trade policy. We also have to talk about trade facilitation. It's built on trade facilitation to ensure that there is free movement of goods and services within the African continent. The productive capacity, building the manufacturing base, building the base of the productive real sector, then trade-related infrastructure, developing the transport system, the customs, and the rest of them that will encourage trade among Africans. Then trade finance, financing the trade, and then trade information, and then the final one, which is factor market integration. African Continental Free Trade Agreement can only promote these objectives if goods traded on the continent are produced within the continent. What do I mean by that? If we allow transshipments of goods from Europe or from Asia or from outside the African continent to come in, and we just change the packaging, we smuggle it in, we dump it in Africa, then we have lost our objective. We are the losers. So we must ensure that the rule of origin is implemented to ensure that it's only goods that are produced within the continent are traded within the continent. Now, our position regarding the African Continental Free Trade has been that African countries can trade more with each other. The gains from such exchange would form part of the resources needed for solving the numerous challenges of the continent, particularly issues of unemployment and poverty. Nigeria, with the largest economic size and one of the most industrialized nations on the continent, will excel in AfCFTA, leveraging on the free market access to increase the country's non-oil export trade volume, because our dependence in oil for revenue has been the main challenge our economy is going through. So if we leverage on free market access created by the AfCFTA, we will use it to increase the country's non-oil export trade volume. Hence, the need to address the high cost operating environment. My president mentioned a lot of them, and then I think the moderator also re-echo it, the death of basic infrastructure, and non-competitive nature of manufactured products that may constrain Nigeria from securing maximum trade benefits from the agreement. Now, let's look at the constraints to gainful participation in AfCFTA agreement. I look at it, if you see the diagram there, you see we started from supply stroke value chain of exports, the potential pitfalls, production capacity, raw materials, intermediate goods. You see, like what my president said, it is uncompetitive. We have high cost of inputs because most of the raw materials are imported. We are yet to develop internally raw materials that industries are needed to make them competitive. We have also low production capacity as a result of a lot of bottlenecks in accessing the raw materials, especially the congestions at the port. We talked about the forex, lack of forex, to be able to bring in the raw materials and machineries that's needed to produce, to manufacture. We also talk about activities of regulatory agencies, those on the environment, NESRA and the rest of them, even NAFDAC. The high cost of securing renewable fees with NAFDAC has also impeded the productivity sector. Then you now move to competitive infrastructure, transport, communication. We know what it takes to clear consignments, to take your consignments from Apapa Port to anywhere within Lagos. I was told that it has increased to 1.5 million for a truck to take a 20-feet container out of the port to anywhere in Lagos. And that cost is what you will have paid taking the consignment from China to Lagos in the first instance. So we are not competitive in terms of infrastructure, in terms of transportation, in terms of communication. We still have a lack of railway system. Although yes, there is a plan by government to increase the coverage of the railway, but it's still the use of routes to transport our consignments is a hindrance to our competitiveness. We also have lack of post-harvest facilities in the country, that most of the harvests are being wasted because to transport them from the hinterland, from the farm to the industry is a challenge. We also talk about shipping port services, trade facilitation, levies and charges, which is terrible now, cumbersome procedures and delays, lack of automation. We are still in the 21st century talking about manual processing of clearing records, while in other climes, everything has been automated. So another issue also is distribution / market access, non-tariff measures and promotion activities. Now, this, you see, behind the border, at the border, that's a challenge we have. When we are moving our goods behind the border, there are constraints to produce. That is supply side constraint. At the border, you also face a lot of constraints by the security agents within there. Then beyond the border talks about how the others perceive our products. So are there opportunities for AfCFTA, real or imaginary? We believe that opportunities are bound for Nigeria to take advantage of this. Opportunities are there for us to manufacture for Africa. But the real issue is, if government strategically position the economy for beneficial trade, and the economy, especially the manufacturing sector, becomes competitive, then we will take advantage of this agreement. Is Nigeria currently in a position of readiness to benefit from these opportunities? I say capital no, because trade infrastructure still far from ideal. Trade capacity still limited by supply side constraints, as I explained. Trade enforcement exceedingly below expectation. We know what customs and others are doing. Trade environment still pretty hostile and susceptible to high-level trade malpractices, and trade remedies still at the infancy stage. So I think that is what this workshop intends to address, to make Nigeria ready for us to take manufactured to Africa. How to capitalize on opportunities provided by AfCFTA. One, provide comprehensive and integrated support systems. SMEs are the bedrock of any economy and they need to be supported. Insulate the domestic economy from the backlash of AfTA. What do we say? Create an incentives, create a palliatives. Look at the sectors that will be highly affected by the AfTA and see how they can be adjusted to take advantage of their AfTA. Promote competitiveness by ensuring that ease of doing business leads to reduction in the cost of doing business and attract investment. Strategically improve manufacturing, trade facilitation processes within the country, at the borders and outside the borders. Obtain the market access offers of major African economies. Increase export promotion incentives and upgrade quality infrastructure. In conclusion, the African Continental Free Trade Area is a noble idea. We applaud it. That will increase the volume of trade among African countries and help to address the challenges of unemployment and poverty on the continent. We are confident that Nigeria will excel in the agreement if greater attention is given to addressing the operating environment related challenges. We must jointly advocate that government should, as a matter of priority, focus on addressing the various issues raised in the report of Presidential Committee on the Assessment of Impact and Readiness of Nigeria for AfCFTA. It is only then one can boldly say that AfCFTA may just be the opportunity that Nigeria has been waiting for to extend its trade frontiers rather than just being a trade frontier. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Oruche. Very brief, but very insightful presentation. I think one thing that jumps out is there should never be a scenario where the time and cost of moving goods from a Nigerian port to any part of Nigeria will be more than the time and cost for moving goods from Asia to Nigeria. Once that is the case, then it means that there is a potential hurdle, or there is a hurdle that we need to overcome. And I think one of the essence of this 4-day session is to ensure that we put together a plan to ensure that we do not have this happen when the agreement is operationalized. Mr. Ruche, I understand that the Secretariat do not have your presentation. So if you could please send your presentation slide deck to the Secretariat.
No, I sent it in the morning. I sent it in the morning.
Okay, that's fine. If you have sent it, that's fine. They'll pick it up. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we would like to move to the next speaker, and she is Mrs. Saratu Iyaliyu. She's the president of NASIMA, but she will be represented by Alhaji Engineer Jani Ibrahim. He is the national vice president, NASIMA. For those who do not know, NASIMA is the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industries, Mines, and Agriculture. Engineer Jani Ibrahim, you have the floor.
Chijoke, thank you very much. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I'd like to give apologies on behalf of the president of NASIMA, Haja Saratu Iyaliyu. She's unavoidably absent today. You know, she has other engagements, and that's why I'm filling in for her. So the photograph you saw there is for the president, but the voice you are hearing is for the gentleman. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure, you know, to make this presentation. For us from NASIMA, what we have here is a high-level presentation, you know, because of the topic that we have is the critical readiness requirements, you know, of the Nigerian manufacturing sector. The presentation will discuss what the AfCFTA means for Africa, then take a brief look at the manufacturing sector in Nigeria, particularly its growth and output performance in the past few years. Afterwards, Nigeria's competitive advantage in the manufacturing sector and the challenges it faces will be examined. The presentation will conclude by revisiting Nigeria's readiness to participate in AfCFTA, with a side note on what other countries in Africa are doing to prepare. Next slide, please. Now, for us at NASIMA, if I could summarize the presentation in one question, it would be how many Nigerian manufacturing industries can confidently open up and compete with other African countries? Or to rephrase it, can Nigerian manufacturing industries confidently open up and compete with other African countries? If the answer is yes, then what do we need to do to ensure their success? But if the answer is in the negative, what also do we need to ensure that they can perform? Going on to the next slide. The manufacturing, the manufacturing sector, which is one of the key drivers of economic growth through the accumulation of capital and labor, accounts for about 10% of GDP in Africa. However, more than 60% of the value of manufacturing production in Africa is concentrated, in 4 countries, essentially Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, and Morocco. It is important to note that the top 10 intra-African trading countries ranked by value in 2017, it shows that South Africa, is the dominant force. Next slide, please. Now, that slide is giving us the real manufacturing sector year-on-year growth. Based on data from Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, the graph shows the growth performance in real terms, of the manufacturing sector overall. Above the red line signifies periods of growth, while below, signifies periods of decline. The manufacturing sector by MBS is comprised of 13 major activities, which of course, I don't need to repeat. They're here on the slide. Next slide, please. So the first 6 you are seeing on the graph there, are the for those particular sectors, subsectors of the manufacturing sector, which is cement, food, beverages, and tobacco. They are clearly on the slide there. Despite an overall decline in the performance of the manufacturing sector, the charts above show the subsectors that rebounded quickly or were not affected greatly by the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing economic recession. Cement, food, beverages and tobacco, chemical and pharmaceutical products, motor vehicles, and assembly. Those are the ones that did not have any major shock impact. Next slide, please. Now, the following those slides, the items shown there on the slides above, the subsectors, they grew slowly or were in decline prior to COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring economic recession, and were also adversely affected afterwards. Non-metallic products, plastic and rubber products. But the sectors that grew slowly were in decline prior to COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring economic recession, and were also adversely affected afterwards. That means textile, apparel, and footwear, wood and wood products, pulp paper and paper products, basic metal, iron and steel, electrical and electronics, and of course, other manufacturing subsectors. Now, let us look at now the output performance. We have talked about the growth now. What we are now looking at the output performance, and that is what is shown on that graph. In terms of the value of national output, food, beverages, and tobacco subsector remains the strongest, followed by textile, apparel, and footwear, then cement subsectors. So these give an indication of the subsectors that can make the most impact on the economy in terms of national income. So next, let's look at the comparative advantage that we have in manufacturing. With respect to manufacturing, the Presidential Committee on Impact and Readiness Assessment in the 2019 report determined the following areas where Nigeria has a comparative advantage in implementation of the AfCFTA: beverages and tobacco, miscellaneous manufactured articles, machinery and transport equipment, chemicals, and related products. And this also, they concur with the report of the 2019 Presidential Committee on Impact and Readiness. And I want to emphasize that readiness, as contained in that report, is an ongoing thing, it's an ongoing thing and it's work in progress. So we cannot say at any point, asking the question whether Nigeria is ready, is begging the issue. Now, challenges of the manufacturing sector. I think the challenges have all been stated. The president of MAN, Mansour Ahmed, he did dwell on them, and also the acting DG of MAN also highlighted the challenges. The challenges were also all highlighted in the Impact and Readiness report of the Presidential Committee on Impact and Readiness Assessment on AfCFTA. So these are well documented, and I don't need to belabor you with that. Now, with in terms of readiness, Nigeria's AfCFTA readiness, they have been assessed. So the issues, which is what we have put on that slide: trade capacity, trade infrastructure, the trade environment, and then trade enforcement. They are very, very clear. What we'd like to also add is that the organized private sector in Nigeria, made up of NASIMA, MAN, NECA, NASME, NASI, they work closely with the Presidential Committee on Impact and Readiness Assessment, of that particular report that we're referring to. And the report comprehensively captures areas of immediate implementation. And we want that to serve as the baseline of judging Nigeria's readiness. Next slide, please. So therefore, the readiness stated in that report, should serve as baseline for measuring progress in providing an enabling environment, for the private sector. Government, and I repeat, government at all levels, should work with the business community to prioritize, develop, and implement smarter local strategies to seize the rising opportunities in manufacturing and industrialization across sectors and increase the global competitiveness of made in Nigeria products. Next slide, please. Then we can now begin to look at how other countries are getting ready. How have they fared? Let's look at the major competitors. South Africa. South Africa's Industrial Policy Action Plan, it coordinates ministries and policy areas and prioritizes industrialization. Let me repeat, it prioritizes industrialization over trade and other economic goals. Policy has therefore supported the country's manufacturing growth by attracting investment and boosting industrialization. The next country of reference is Morocco. The Moroccan government has incentivized a shift within the manufacturing sector toward automotive assembly, which is a lucrative market, by offering fiscal and tax incentives in some free zone areas. In the case of Zambia, Zambia offers benefits within its 6 pilot multi-facility economic zones around the capital, Lusaka, where VAT payments on inputs are eliminated and corporate tax payments are reduced or deferred. This pilot project has already attracted over 120 million in investment, $120 million from different companies. It is noteworthy that the policy for promoting special economic zones in Nigeria has been adopted, and this has been championed by the federal government of Nigeria. And we want to use this opportunity to commend NEFZA, that is Nigerian Export Processing Zones Authority, an agency of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, for the work that is being done in this area. I think that will help, to stimulate and also encourage manufacturing. With the case of Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government identified long ago industrialization as a means to transform the economy, reduce poverty, provide jobs, and achieve the ambitious aim of transitioning the economy to lower middle income status by 2025. They have a target. And to this end, in Ethiopia, industrial parks and special export processing zones, are being actively constructed. Right now, they have over 8 of them are already up and running, and they're also and exporting to different parts of Africa and the rest of the world. So this is a brief high-level discussion note for.
I need to speak now. I'll put it back.
Hello? So to conclude, it is important to remember that the AfCFTA is about competition. It is important that all stakeholders prioritize, develop, and implement smarter local strategies to seize the rising opportunities in manufacturing and industrialization across the sectors and increase the global competitiveness of made in Nigerian products. Otherwise, all our fears about opening up the Nigerian economy to continental trade will come to pass. I'd like to thank you for listening and for the opportunity for us to make this presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Engineer Jan Ibrahim. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think one of the things that I picked up is, the size of the manufacturing sector, especially by countries, where you talked about Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, and Morocco having about 60%. One of the things that, the drafters of the AfCFTA, the promoters will tell you that there has to be inclusive implementation. There needs to be specifically a structured, sequential, and inclusive growth in the implementation of the AfCFTA. If certain people are left out, or certain countries are left out, whether it's the big manufacturers or the small manufacturers, or whether it's small and medium enterprises, women, youths are left out, and there is no inclusivity in implementation, then there could potentially be friction, and not everyone will want to participate in the agreement, and we begin to see the agreement crumble. So I think it's incumbent on everyone to see every government of every country to see how to put in place structures, and specifically Nigeria as well, because even in that 60%, we don't own the lion's share. So there needs to be steps taken to ensure that everyone in the country is benefiting and has the capacity and has the tools to be able to benefit from the agreement. I thank you so much, Engineer Jan Ibrahim. So we will move to state of play of the Nigerian manufacturing sector. Let's I know we've spoken a little bit about it, but let's unpack it and see where exactly is the manufacturing sector. And to start to speak first, we have Mr. Adewale Bakare. He's the Director, Industrial Development Department of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Mr. Bakare, we have 10 minutes. Let's hear from you.
Thank you very much, Chijioke. And I would like to say good morning to all the participants on this conference call. Let me start by saying that it is my singular honor to speak at this auspicious virtual workshop organized by the National Action Committee on African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AfCFTA, on the topic State of the Play of the Nigerian Manufacturing Sector. It is good to note that this workshop is very apt, as we barely have less than a month for AfCFTA to come into force. I am happy that all the critical stakeholders in the manufacturing work stream are here with us today at this workshop. Let me quickly commend the National Action Committee on AfCFTA for their unrelenting engagement and dialogue with stakeholders in ensuring Nigeria's strategic position on the continent is not downplayed. We, in the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, are prepared to support the Nigerian manufacturer with developmental policy framework to energize the private sector investment in order to enhance competitiveness of our products. As I've listened carefully this morning, we are all in unison that policy support, especially in infrastructure, should be priority to attract investment to this critical sector, and more importantly, is manufacturing to make our products competitive. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that after we commenced in January 2021, this informed our belief that AfCFTA would transform intra-African trade, promote economic and industrial development of the continent, as well as boost its competitiveness. Therefore, the focus of government remains on how to improve infrastructure, transportation services, strengthen the manufacturing industry, improve security, ease of doing business, and boost the country's competitiveness. This has underscored the need to have this conversation on the manufacturing readiness of Nigeria in AfCFTA. We are in no doubt that the road to a successful performance of Nigeria, and indeed AfCFTA, is more than trade negotiations. Taking cognizance that AfCFTA is the largest free trade area since the formation of WTO in terms of countries' participation, and we cover a market of about 1.3 billion people, which is expected to be beneficial for Nigerian producers and service providers. The manufacturing sector is at the center of this discourse, receiving the baton and passing it on to the next recipient. This, in essence, provoking the need to invest more in energy, transportation, competitiveness, and services. The trade agreement will promote infrastructural development for easy transportation of goods and services across the continent. As you are all aware, Mr. President delayed the signing of this agreement because of the need to sensitize and ensure the preparedness of the organized private sector to convincingly understand that as a country, a successful implementation of the agreement far outweighs its disadvantages. So we want to call on all of us to take advantage of the existing institutions like the National Action Committee on AfCFTA in order to maximize the benefit of the implementation of this agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, another significant point that we should take note of is that while we are liberalizing trade in Africa, we need to take into cognizance the importance of strengthening the micro, small, and medium enterprises, being the catalyst for sustainable industrial activities. The Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment will continue to build the capacity of the MSMEs, that's the micro, small, medium enterprises, to enter into the regional and global value chains. It is believed that this will further support the diversification of the economy from the extractive products like oil and mineral to non-oil products. We are indeed all aware that government has chronicled all the perceived challenges towards the implementation of AfCFTA. These challenges are frontally being addressed through injection of capital to fix the deficiencies in infrastructure, and more importantly, to ensure sustainability of policy reforms. Ladies and gentlemen, AfCFTA constitutes an excellent strategy to develop Africa's economy through manufacturing sector. But as a country, we have to be very wary of not allowing other countries to take advantage of our large economy and turn it into a dumping ground. In this regard, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a willing partner in providing the necessary enabling environment that will further stimulate industrialization, accelerate domestic and foreign investment. It is obvious that the implementation of AfCFTA with a robust focus and support for the manufacturing sector will provide a platform for our quest to diversify the economy, It is my belief that the development of manufacturing capability is essential if Nigeria is to increase the production of value-added products, expand intra-African exports of such products, and reduce a trade imbalance. In conclusion, there's need for the manufacturing sector to come forth with a detailed and robust strategy with a view to identifying areas of support needed from government to enable active participation. I thank you for listening. But before I take my leave, Mr. Moderator, I'm expected to provide a wrap-up on conclusion of today's activities. But unfortunately, I'll be listening in, but unfortunately, I won't be able to participate actively. My colleague will sit in for me because the National Council on Industry, Trade and Investment is currently ongoing, and I'm expected to attend that particular event. But before I take my leave, as I said, I want to react to one or two things that I've heard earlier today. And I want to challenge, more importantly, the manufacturing sector, the players in the manufacturing sector, the MAN, the NASIMA, and what have you, to start looking at issues and providing solutions to some of them. What will it take us to deepen production of industrial raw materials? And what are the expected support requirements from government? Things like that, we should be able to be thinking through them and providing solutions to them. On this note, I want to say a very big thank you for inviting me and the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment to be part of this discourse today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dewale Bakare. Really appreciate your thoughts. I think I would want to just pick up very quickly on what you just mentioned, which is your final remarks about how the private sector, MAN, NASIMA, and all the bodies that are trying to do all this to ensure that we benefit from this is we have to make this work. We have to make it work. If we need to pressure the government to say, look, we need 1, 2, 3 things to make this work. Let's continue to make these demands of the system, because if we don't make it work, we will not benefit from it. And just to give you an insight of what is happening globally in trade, 15 countries, China, sometime last month, I think on the 15th of November, they signed the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which is also a trade bloc. Okay, and the size of this trade bloc is about 2.2 billion people population. Africa is about 1.2 billion, and this economic size is about $26.3 trillion. When we talk about the AfCFTA, we say somewhere between 2.5 trillion and 3.3 trillion. So you can see everyone is trying to coalesce around a trade bloc, because that is the only way, usually businesses, regions can come together and accelerate growth. And one of the things, Mr. Bakare, you mentioned, the AfCFTA that excellent accelerate great growth in Africa. That is not in doubt. But certain things need to be done for us to get there. And so it's incumbent on everyone here, the groups here, to ensure that we articulate what we desire, we have a strategy, and we ensure that the government buys into that. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakare. I think I would like to move to our next speaker. He's a partner, core business operations at Deloitte and Touche. Mr. Bernard Orji, if you're here, you have the floor. Bernard, you have 15, I can see you have 15 minutes. Bernard?
Thank you very much, Chijioke. Thank you so much. I'll be talking on the state of the manufacturing industry in Nigeria. And I'll just try and bring out some insights that should challenge us as we think around the AfCFTA implementation. Next slide, please. the first thing I want to look at is to look at the manufacturing contribution to GDP, and then compare this, to similar economies. In terms of our contribution to manufacturing contribution to GDP, you can see that from 2015 to 2019, there was some decline, and then there has been some some growth in 2019. So contribution has been trending relatively in the areas of 9%, 8%, and then in 2019 up to 11%. When you compare this to other countries like South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana, you'll find out that in percentage terms, our contribution is lags behind that of South Africa. A bit comparable, but if you look at it, still it lags behind. Next slide, please. Now, what I tried to do here was to now look at what is the subsector contribution to manufacturing. So you'll find out if you look at the top right-hand corner of the graph that essentially 3 subsectors in manufacturing contribute about 64-65%. You see that when you look at it, food, beverage, and tobacco is the biggest at 38%. And then you now see textile, apparel, and footwear at 19%. Then cement comes in at 8%. Then all the other subsectors now, make up about 35 or so percent. Now, this is, quite narrow. It just shows that our manufacturing sector is not, really robust and broad. It's the subsectors that contribute, to manufacturing is, very, very narrow. And as we go into the AfCFTA era, we need to look at it and say, how can we ensure that these other subsectors will not be taken over, by players from other countries? Essentially, how do we defend, these subsectors that are not, they are not very, very strong? Next slide, please. Okay. Now, this is an interesting slide because what it shows here is that it shows, manufacturing output and contribution to GDP on the top left. And if you look at it there, you see that, there's been a gradual decline in manufacturing output and the contribution to GDP. Now, if you look to the top right, you now find out that even though there's been a decline in manufacturing output and and contribution to GDP, there's been a steady growth in our population. So population is growing, but our contribution, manufacturing contribution is declining, or at best, is flat. What that means, if you now look at the bottom left, is that there is greater reliance on imported products and imported goods. Now, this is very worrying because it exposes us to other economies. So by the time we open our borders, in the AfCFTA mode, what we are potentially looking at is that Nigeria becomes like a dumping ground for countries like South Africa, perhaps Kenya, even Ghana, to bring in their products here. And essentially that will stifle our own production even further, and worsen the case of SMEs and cottage industries even growing. So these are some things that we need to look at as we begin to prepare for AfCFTA implementation. Next slide, please. I also just want to have a look at the power space. This, of course, is well chronicled. Everybody knows that we have issues around power. But I'd like to look at installed capacity. So if you look at installed capacity there, you see that Nigeria is about 12,000 megawatts, and then you now see South Africa at 58,000 megawatts. However, this becomes more worrisome when you now look at it vis-a-vis the population size, where you have South Africa with roughly 58,000 megawatts of power, and then a population of about 56, 57 million people. Sorry, please, can I go back to my slide? Okay. Okay, so I'll just continue. If you now also look at, so you now look at Nigeria with installed capacity of about 12,000 megawatts, but a population size of over 200 million people. So this is one of the the biggest worries for us in Nigeria. And as we go into the AfCFTA mode, it is something we definitely need to address. There's a data at the bottom of the slide that talks about what's the total amount of money spent on self-generation of power, and this comes from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And we have over 246 billion naira spent over 2016 and 2017 generating power. This definitely eats into the revenues of manufacturing companies, and power, as we know, contributes about 40 to 50% of operating cost, which is definitely too high and makes us not to be very competitive. Next slide, please. So when we look at infrastructure, which is the next thing I want to talk about, we'll find out that there's been some progress and some good news around rail infrastructure. We've seen that a couple of railway lines and networks have been launched. The Lagos-Ibadan railway line, the Abuja, Kaduna railway lines, and this is very good news, and it's heartwarming. So essentially, as the railway lines open up and we are able to transport goods over the lines, then it should reduce cost of transportation. However, road is still a problem. You still find out that our roads are really bad. You find out that freight and transportation costs are quite high, and there's so much risk to goods and people as they travel across the country. So this definitely is an area that also needs to be looked at as we go into the AfCFTA era. So I want to just also talk about, next slide, please. I want to talk about the lingering challenges that we still have that pervades the manufacturing sector. If you look to the right-hand side of my slide, you see things around the issues around unavailability and volatility of forex. It's a big issue where you cannot determine what exactly is our exchange rate. Is it 390 naira to a dollar? Is it 460 naira to a dollar? Is it going to be the same tomorrow, next tomorrow? So it is a big problem and a big challenge for the manufacturing sector. You also look at things around weak access to credits. It's usually very challenging to get access, credit access from banks. There's also issue around our skill force. We find out that even though the manufacturing sector has been there for some time, but getting very skilled workers in that sector is still a big challenge. I think at best we have a lot of semi-skilled people, but not very, very skilled workers. Issue at the ports still remains a lingering problem. Government has been trying to solve it, but it's still there, and it's still persistent. My belief is if we can fix the issue of power, if we can fix the issue of road infrastructure, if we can fix the issue of cheaper substitute products coming in through our borders, either legally or illegally, then we would have addressed some of the very big issues in the manufacturing sector. Next slide, please. And I mean, I'd like to conclude on this note and say that I mean, the state of our manufacturing sector is not very strong. It's weak, struggling, and there are improvements that need to be made. Essentially, we need to be more cost effective. We need to be more efficient, so that we will be able to compete with cheaper imported products that will come in from other African countries. We should be able to have a manufacturing sector that not only attracts imported products, but should be able to attract in-country manufacturing investments. So with the way the sector is now, it will be a big challenge, to actually see investors coming in, to invest within the country. And then finally, I think there's also a need to also look at for us to be able to compete with other countries, offensively, we need to also be, cost effective. So efficiency, cost effectiveness is something that we need to fix for us to be able to play, very strongly in this AfCFTA era. Thank you very much, Chijioke.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Very insightful as well. And I think the more time we have for these sessions, I think the more we are beginning to see, we will see a lot more information that we could use as we develop our strategy. I think on this session, what jumped out is when you look at your graph on imports and how it has continued to increase over the past 5-6 years. I think when you look at that and you think about where we are, in the world, where we are in the middle of a health crisis, and what we have seen is those who have continued to import and continue to depend on the outside world for their inputs or even finished products, especially when that focus is on 2 or 3 supply chains. There has been a lot of impact. So one of the things that we could also do is, continue to focus more on local challenges. So thank you so much, Bernard. I think one more thing I also picked up was about, you talked about those 3 or 4 sectors in the manufacturing industry where could potentially be under attack. I think one of the things I also say, even though I'll put a clause, which is, putting the right resources to ensure that we're able to be better able to compete, is we shouldn't also just focus on how to protect, okay, but we should also focus on how to attack. So because the reality is that once it's a single market, there are no borders, movement can go either way. So if we have a large industry, a lot of people are going to want to come into that industry. Similarly, there are also other markets, about 54 other markets where we can potentially manufacture and send our products to. So these are critical things we need to think about as we want to think about the challenges and we work towards overcoming these challenges. We also think about strategies for ensuring we're able to conquer the market. So that ends the technical session part on state of play of the Nigerian manufacturing sector. We would like to move to the preparedness of Nigerian financial institutions for the manufacturing sector businesses. We have already taken Mr. Bubakar Bello. So I would like to now ask Dr. Olabinton Idowu Adebowale. Apologies if I didn't pronounce the first name properly, but he's the Deputy Director, Development Finance Department, the Central Bank of Nigeria. Dr. Adebowale, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to share. I would like to share my presentation from here, please. I made some adjustments, and I feel so. I would really appreciate if I will be allowed to share my presentation from here.
Yeah, you should. You should.
Okay, then. Thank you. No, it's not allowing me. Oh, sorry, it's not allowing me.
Can you try again, sir? You've been given rights to share your screen already.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I hope you can view my screen, sir.
Not yet.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, we can see your screen, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And My name is Olabimton Adebowale. I'm with the Development Finance Department of the CBN, and I bring greetings from the management of the bank, the governor and the deputy governors, and also from my director, Mr. Philip Yila Yusuf. Yeah, he really wanted to be here, but today is our management meeting, so he's unavoidably absent. So I'm representing him, and I have a very short, very brief presentation, which I'll go on with. I won't bore you with the outline, though we'll be looking at the state of the Nigerian manufacturing sector, which a lot of the presenters have spoken about. And also, my focus will be around what the CBN has done in the past and to enable or facilitate the growth of the manufacturing industry in Nigeria, and also to support the resilience of the industry. And lastly, also talk about how we've gone far to prepare, to make the industry, that's the manufacturing sector, ready for the AfCFTA arrangement. So I'll start off with the manufacturing sector, which is a subsect, like it's been said, is a subsector of the industrial sector of the economy. And it actually involves the conversion of raw materials into finished goods. And like we all know, the sector, it's very, very critical to our development as it creates an avenue for employment, boost agricultural development, and also help in diversifying the economy. And the growth in the industry is, the sector is key to our economic growth. Following the discovery of oil, studies have shown, I've always written that policies of the government have ignored that sector. And this has been, people have said has contributed to the very minimal contribution of the sector to our GDP. And recently, the last report from the National Bureau of Statistics as a Q3 of 2020 showed that the manufacturing sector in nominal terms contributed about 13.54% to the GDP year on year. It's been growing organically because in the 80s, it was about 6.8, and it's moved to about 15.54 as at the last quarter. So it's a lot of challenges, like other speakers have alluded to, and which include infrastructure, multiple taxation, lack of access to industrial raw materials, affordable finance, non-competitiveness of our locally produced goods, and even dumping and smuggling of foreign goods as well. But as the CBN, we are a critical stakeholder in the financial architecture in Nigeria. So what can we do? Yes, what we can do really is support the financial sector, try to make access to affordable financing schemes, which is what we do through our development finance initiatives. And we've been doing this long before now. And we've started, and yes, we've looked at other areas we can support the manufacturing industry, and including not just processing. We've gone as far as the primary production, which is the cultivation of these raw materials. And so what we do is we look at what we call value chain financing and development. We are focused more on the value chain financing, moving from production of the raw materials to the processing and getting those finished goods to the table. And in doing this, we've looked at a number of sectors. Sectors from agriculture. We've looked at manufacturing, MSMEs, infrastructure. A lot of the earlier speakers have talked about depth in infrastructure, and these are areas where CBN has focused on, and we've been trying to address this because for our produce, our goods and services to be competitive, even after the implementation of the AfCFTA, our products, our commodities, either goods or services, must have low pricing. The prices must be competitive for them to be acceptable and for them to really get their way into the region. So we have a couple of interventions. We have direct interventions, we have supporting interventions, and we have indirect interventions. The direct interventions are those ones that we give directly to the players in the manufacturing sectors. Like we have the receptor support facilities. We have the textile industry, textile sector intervention facility, which is an intervention aimed at reviving the CTG industry in Nigeria. Also, we have the non-oil export stimulation facility, which Mr. The MD of Mr. Haber, MD of Nexim, has spoken about, so I won't bore you with that. We also have the CBN BOI industrial facility, which is meant to develop the industrial sector in Nigeria. And post-COVID, the bank came up with the COVID-19 intervention facility for the manufacturing sector, which is meant to support the resilience of our manufacturing sector. So we have others as well, like it's been said earlier. We can't be talking about the manufacturing sector without talking about the MSMEs. The MSMEs are very critical to our development, to our economic growth. So the CBN also has interventions meant for them. A lot, like almost about six interventions for the MSME sector. Also for the infrastructure, a lot of speakers have spoken about the power. So we have interventions for the power. We have for other infrastructure, like we support the road construction. We support so many infrastructure. So all these, in nutshell, are to address issues around high cost of production in Nigeria and creating access to market for the manufacturing sector. Sector players. And the risk sector support facility, it's a part of the bank's effort to stimulate output growth, enhance value addition, and engender productivity in the economy. Like we all know, the CBN interventions are all at 9% single digit. This is to make them affordable and cheap at low cost to the industry. Presently, because of the COVID-19, the bank, that's the CBN now, has come up with some policies to reducing its interest rate to 5% up to the 28th of February 2021. And like you can see, the activities covered, we have manufacturing SMEs, the agricultural value chains, services industry, new and expansion projects in the risk sector. All these we do. We also have another one, which is the risk sector support facility through the differentiated cash reserve requirement. This is also meant to increase the flow of credit to the risk sector of the economy in order to consolidate and sustain economic recovery. It's being financed from the CRR of banks, and it's still at 5% for the moment. The greenfield, these are new projects, and brownfield projects in manufacturing. I would like us to know that agriculture and other related sectors, as may be approved by the bank, are focused here. You may look at the last bullet point there. Trading activities are prohibited. Why is this? Because we want the bank is more focused on employment elastic sectors, and also highly economic impact sectors. So we are looking at agriculture, manufacturing, especially because that's the process, value addition stage of it all. We also have what we call the textile sector intervention facility, which I said earlier. And we can see the activities covered, CTG, right from cotton, ginning, spinning, textile, and integrated garment industry. A lot has been done under this intervention by the bank to this sector. And also, following COVID-19 pandemic, the bank came up with what we call the COVID-19 intervention facility for manufacturing sector. And where what's it called? The players in the industry can access finance term loans up to 10 billion. For working capital is 2 billion. The year we do refinancing. Refinancing is allowed. It's just all in all to ensure to support the resilience of the sector. And one of the things in our financing is that we always look at the complexities, the dynamics, and the mechanics around the various projects. So we always introduce what we call moratorium in our tenure. In designing the financing structure, we have what we call moratorium period. This is to allow the business to adjust to the dynamics of the what's it called, the economy, when there are changes. Then we go down. We can see this slide, eligible activities. If we go back to my earlier slide, we listed a number of what's it called, activities in the manufacturing industry. These are what we've captured, so that it's all inclusive of every player in the industry. We have the cement, people playing in the cement sector, subsector, metal. We talk about textile, electrical, everything. We have them all there. And so next is also Mr. Bello, the MD CEO of Nexim, spoke about the non-oil export stimulation facility, which is being managed by the managing agent for this is Nexim, and it aimed at improving access to finance, to concessionary finance by exporters who intend to expand or diversify to non-oil export basket, and also to help us increase, improve on our what's it called, our policy of foreign exchange accretion in Nigeria. In total, we can see various impacts of our interventions. Though I've spoken about just about 6 interventions, in actual fact, the bank has over 30 interventions dedicated to the industry. And we've had so many impacts. We've supported over almost 3 million projects nationwide. We've supported rice mills. We've resuscitated fertilizer blending plants, created jobs. We've been able to reduce our food import bills significantly, almost 83% over time. So, and also we can see power generation is improved, particularly to manufacturers. We look at manufacturing hubs and we improve electricity to them. In conclusion, you can see what we look at when we design our interventions. We look at the issues around the economic diversification, of which the manufacturing sector presents great potentials for us as CBN, food security and self-sufficiency, employment creation. Beyond agriculture, enormous opportunity. It's evident in what's it called, in the manufacturing sector value chain, if well annexed for growth. Also, poverty reduction. Poverty reduction, very critical, because the waterfall effect of our various development finance intervention, not just on the manufacturing sector, but also households, businesses, because the manufacturing sector has linkages with all these, the employees, the consumers, and everything, even the businesses that help in the distribution of their produce. All these are what the CBN look at in designing its intervention. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adebowale.
You're welcome. So I'll forward this to you later, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Adebowale. Also very insightful about telling us what the CBN is doing in respect to finance. I think the comment I'll just make there very quickly is these are all very good financing schemes. I think one thing it's important. Everyone needs to know, not just the large businesses, but also the small, micro, and medium enterprises also need to be aware of these schemes. And then we need to see more of these schemes. Earlier on, we heard that about only 16% of financing is given to the manufacturing sector. I think we need to see more. And I know it's not just the CBN that gives financing, but we need to see a lot more financing for the manufacturing sector, because trade finance is one of those critical elements that is needed to get manufacturers and businesses in general off the ground, or if they're already off the ground, to ensure that they are accelerating and they're growing rapidly, especially as we look to get into this market. So, of course, we would like to implore you to be able to look at ensuring that this information is widely circulated and everyone is clear about what needs to be done to be able to access this finance, and to ensure that we can create more schemes for more schemes and effective schemes as well for businesses who need finance to be able to get off the ground. So thank you so much.
Yeah, may I just start a point, please, if you don't mind?
Okay.
Yeah, the various interventions, the guidelines are available on the bank's website, and even banks, you can access them through your banks. We always try to engage the banks when we're developing these interventions to make it easier. What are those things acceptable for them? Are those things that will make it easier for the players in the industry to access these interventions? So the guidelines, the framework, the frameworks are all available on the website of the bank, www.cbn.gov.ng. They're all there. However, if you need further support, you can always approach, write to the Director, Development Finance Department of the CBN. We operate an open door policy. We are always willing to listen and help out in assessing this. Also, in every state of the Federation, we have what we call the Development Finance Officers. They are readily available to assist you wherever you are across the country. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adebole. Thank you so much. Thank you. So our next speaker is Mr. Olukayode Piton. He's the Managing Director, Bank of Industry. But I understand that he can't join us today, but he will be represented by Mr. Leonard Kange. He's the General Manager, Large Enterprises at the Bank of Industry. Mr. Leonard Kange, you have the floor.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leonard Kange. I'm representing the Managing Director of the Bank of Industry, Mr. Olukayode Piton. He was actually scheduled to be here with you, but was called away just about 30 minutes ago. So I've been asked to step in and make this presentation on his behalf. So thank you very much. We will immediately go in. I'm aware that the time is very short. So first of all, just a few preliminaries. AfCFTA is the first step towards the implementation of the AU agenda. The vision is for an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. We're looking at establishing a single market for goods and services. The objectives are clear. The market of about 1.2 billion with a combined GDP of 2.5 trillion. The key thing here is to increase intra-Africa trade. Right now, Africa trades with itself only about 15%. We trade more with the rest of the world than within among ourselves, which is not very good. That has been one of the challenges that has made Africa to remain where we are today. The goal is to increase this percentage of intra-Africa trade from 15 to 52.3%. This is more in line with what happens with other regions in the world. Of course, the wealth creation expand the African economy to about 23 trillion by US dollars by 2050, and also export diversification, enlarge the regional markets, attract FDIs, foreign direct investments, etc. Next slide, please. We are fully aware that January 1st, AfCFTA will take off. In terms of benefits, we are fully aware of this. So in the intro, I believe everybody is fully in the picture, what the benefits are, what the challenges are. So I will not waste your time going through all of this, but it's very clear what the benefits and challenges are. Next slide, please. This is just a brief introduction of Bank of Industry. The bank was incorporated in 1959. So we're over 60 years old. Started as an investment company of Nigeria to the NIDB and now to Bank of Industry. We're one of 15 government agencies under the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. And our mandate is guided by the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan and the Nigeria Industrial Revolution Plan. Bank of Industry is actually the implementing arm of the government's policy with respect to industry. So industry is our business. The objective is to transform Nigeria's industrial sector by providing financial and advisory support for establishment of all sizes of industries, large, medium, small project enterprises, expansion, diversification, rehabilitation, modernization of existing enterprises. In this respect, we are squarely in a good position to support manufacturing and other industries and help them to be prepared and ready to compete in this new world once AfCFTA comes into force. We support industries that have potential developmental impact to generate multiplier effects like creating jobs, import substitution, poverty alleviation, etc. What are the kind of products that the bank provides? In terms of financing, we provide short-term loans, medium to long-term loans, revolving credit facilities, etc. You will agree with me that medium to long-term loans are very, very scarce in this market. If you're looking for anywhere between 3, 5, 7, 8, 10 years loan, it's not available. It's difficult to find. And the reason is it's not really the commercial banks' fault because their own deposit tenors are also very short. So if they go into lengthy long-term loans, there will be a mismatch, So that is where Bank of Industry plays. We have a strong ability to do that because our funding is long-term. If you look at a project that you want to do, for instance, any project that you want to do, you put a financing structure in place with interest rates at 21% or 15, 18%, etc., and a short a tenor of about 2 years, that project is dead on arrival. There's no way that project will get off the ground, which is why what we do is so important for industry, where you bring in, you provide loans at low cost of maybe 10%, which is what our rate is right now, or sometimes 8% because of COVID-19. We have made some adjustments in order to help and support industry. When you put a loan at that kind of rate with a tenor of 5, 7, 8, 10 years, that project, which would not have been possible if you had financed it using short-term loans, becomes possible. And therefore, we're able to impact industry and support the growth of the Nigerian economy. There are syndications, equipment leasing, guarantees, etc. Next slide, please. What kind of projects do we look for? We've talked about the lower interest rate. We focus on micro, small and medium enterprises as part of our support. There are large enterprises as well. We look at projects that have sustainability and social impact, projects that have job and value creation. We focus on youth and on women and youth empowerment programs. We have a group within the bank that focuses on gender financing and support. Products that also help prepare our industries to be competitive in terms of industry, in terms of exports, etc. So forward and backward linkages for integrated economic growth in projects that will help us backward integrate, where the raw material, instead of being imported, is actually being generated locally. That way we can help develop the Nigerian economy. Of course, environmentally friendly projects. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, our intervention in industry covers several sectors. These sectors are sectors that are guided by government policy in terms of where the government wants to support and drive growth. The first is agro and food processing. We all know what the contribution of the agri sector is to the GDP. It's one of the biggest contributors, and therefore the Bank of Industry plays very strongly in this sector. Oil and gas, of course, solid minerals, healthcare and petrochemical, very, very key in this environment that we are in now, particularly with the pandemic. Engineering and technology, also very key. A lot of work is being done remotely now. More and more digitization is going on in the economy. Bank of Industry is poised to support that. There are sectors that we consider emerging sectors, which we feel have potential to transform the Nigerian economy. And we're focusing on those sectors as well, the creative industry, the movie industry, the hospitality industry, etc. A number of the movies that you watch today are financed and supported by Bank of Industry. Not many people know that, you know. Renewable energy is also another key support, area that we support. We want to reduce Nigeria's carbon footprint. And therefore, this is why there's a lot of support here in that sector. Education, we have a large population, a youthful population. We're talking about growing industry. But as we grow industry, we also need skilled manpower that will man this industry. So we're looking at it from both sides as well. Supply chain and logistics. How do we get the goods from one part of the country to the other in a cost-effective way? Now we're looking at AfCFTA. We're going to have to move goods and services from Nigeria to other parts of the world. How do we do that? These are the areas that Bank of Industry is strongly supporting. But the other one is trade, which is also part of what we're looking at. Now, I mentioned that the bank is over 60 years old. We are one of the more successful DFIs. In terms of developmental impact, these are some of the statistics that we have. Disbursements, for instance, between 2015 and October 2020, we have disbursed over 945 billion naira to support industry, and is broken down into 223 billion to micro, small, and medium enterprises, and 722 billion to large enterprises. I should say that in some cases, the SMEs as well as the large enterprises are linked, in the sense that the micro enterprises in some and the SMEs sometimes provide input to the large enterprises. So when we support the large enterprises, we look at not just them, but we look at their value chain. Who are their input suppliers? Who are their off-takers? We also provide financing to them so that they all grow together as we proceed. Number of enterprises supported, total of about 3 million so far between this period that we have listed. As you can see, the greatest proportion goes to the micro and small and medium enterprises of 3 million, and large enterprises about 633. Estimated job creation, direct and indirect, total of 6.9 million approximately is how much we have created. We have also being a strong implementer of the government's social investment programs. You must have heard of the Government Enterprise Empowerment Program, GEP, and the Empower Project. A total about 67 billion has been disbursed so far to 2.9 million beneficiaries. Now, the key thing here is that a number of these beneficiaries, majority of them are the unbanked, the informal sector. So what we're doing here is helping to drive financial inclusion. A number of them have actually been integrated into the formal market right now, financial system right now as we speak. Majority of these people are women, you know, so women, artisans, agricultural workers, and youth. There is one area of the country that is also badly impacted by the ongoing unrest, the Northeast. So what the bank has done is also to see how we can put together enough funding to support the resuscitation of industry in that region. And this is, so the bank deployed about 2.4 billion so far that has been deployed to support MSMEs in that sector. Right now, we've disbursed about 569 million so far to about 56,934 beneficiaries in that region. How are we prepared to support industry? The bank requires a lot of resources to support industry, particularly the manufacturing sector. So what the bank has done is that we have partnered with a number of institutions in order to generate the funding that will be required. We have the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, about $350 million so far that we have, which is focused on the oil and gas sector, local content in the oil and gas sector, so that we can help our local industries to actually succeed in that area. The bank in 2017 went into the market, the international market, for the first time to raise $750 million, which has been deployed to support industry in the manufacturing sector. We have a partnership with the AfDB, working to raise about $300 million to support the AFD project, which is the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. This is a project that is meant to provide low-cost financing to our women entrepreneurs and also provide capacity development as well for them. We are collaborating with the AfDB to raise about 500 million to support the establishment of special agro-processing zones. This is very key for us. We feel this is very transformational because right now we support industries, individual companies, but we feel that with the challenges of infrastructure and all of that, if we're able to set up industrial zones where you have all the resources, the infrastructure provided at a low cost, we bring the entire value chain of the associated with particular agricultural, industrial processing agricultural products where Nigeria has an advantage. That would help a great deal. So this is why we're engaging in this partnership and several others. We have also gone back to the international market to raise another $1 billion from a syndication or syndicate of international banks. That money came in this year, just before COVID-19 and the shutdown. So we have that money available to deploy. We are currently in the market as we speak, raising another $1 billion as well through a syndicate of international banks. So in terms of resources, the bank is well prepared and ready to support our manufacturing sector. And indeed, we have a huge pipeline of requests, which we're working through as we speak. Next slide.
Sorry, Mr. Pange.
Yes.
I think we need to round up now as you can, please.
Yeah, we're almost done. Right. So some of the other things that we do is, apart from the financing aspect, we are also providing financial and advisory services, capacity building. We have a group of business development specialists that support our MSMEs, because as you know, the challenge is not just financing, there's also governance. As a business grows, the business model has to change. As an entrepreneur, when you start, you are the CEO, you're the chief marketing officer, you are the accountant, you are the lawyer. But we need for them to succeed, they have to put in governance. We help them to do that. And guess what? BOI pays these consultants. It's not the MSMEs, because we try to reduce the burden on them. So that is one of the things that we do. We handhold them, help them with their proposals, make it bankable, and work with them as they grow. We also help our MSMEs provide local and international exposure for them. 2 years ago, we supported over 100 MSMEs to attend the first intra-Africa trade fair in Egypt. This was a way to help build capacity for them, expose them, bring them to networking with their African colleagues in preparation for AfCFTA. Next slide, please. So by way of conclusion, we see AfCFTA as a great opportunity for Nigerian industry, particularly the manufacturing sector. We see that there are also threats as well, but we believe that the opportunities outweigh the threats, and Bank of Industry stands ready to support all our manufacturing businesses. We are already dealing with most of the major manufacturers, but we're saying that any other manufacturer that is in need of support, we're here. We're already going out and knocking on doors and to provide all the support that is needed in any way that is required. We thank you, and we want to commend you for investing and trusting in Nigeria. It has not been easy. We see that it has not been easy. It's a huge challenge. You have to be your own local government, provide your own power, all challenges, but we can assure you that Bank of Industry is here to provide the support that is required. We're working to provide power, adequate power in terms of financing, so that we can deal with the infrastructural issues and a number of other initiatives that time will not allow me to go into. But just to say to you that we are here to support you. Please reach out to us or open the door when we come knocking. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard Kanje. Really useful information about what the BOI has done and what it plans to do in the next couple of years. I think, again, just also to tie into what I mentioned to Dr. Deboali, it's about ensuring that this information is out there. Everybody is aware that these financing schemes are available. And then, of course, there's clarity on how to actually access the schemes. I don't know if you're going to be here for the Q&A session, but there are a couple of questions that are coming in. But if you're not here, I think one of the things that I'll just summarize, you have done well, BOI has done well, but there is more that can be done, because certain people, certain businesses, either they are not having access to these funds, or they're not having enough access to these funds. I mean, there's always going to be, groups wanting more, but the reality is that if this money or this funding is needed to improve their businesses, and they can actually increase their businesses, then why not ask for it? And if it's there, why not supply it? So thank you. If you're still around, those questions will come through, but if you're not, that's essentially, that's a summary of the questions that have come through. Thank you so much, Mr. Leonard Kanje. So we will move to mobilizing investment for the manufacturing sector in Nigeria. And to speak for 10 minutes, we will have Professor Benedict Orama. He's the president of the African Export-Import Bank. Professor Oram, are you here?
Mr. Chijioke, we don't seem to have him here.
Okay. So if he comes later, he'll join us. So if we can move to the next session, which is implications of non-tariff measures to the Nigerian manufacturing sector under the AfCFTA. And to start to speak
I'm
first.
sorry, Mr. Chijioke, sorry
Yes.
to cut you.
Yes.
I've just been informed that a representative of Professor Benedict is here.
Okay.
In person of Mr. Fofak.
Mr. Fofak.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, Mr. Fofak, if you're ready, please can we take the session mobilizing investment for the manufacturing sector in Nigeria?
Yes,
you have the floor.
Of course, we can do that. Of course, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Yes, we can.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for organizing this timely event and for associating the African Export-Import Bank. And I believe President Rama will have attended, but as you know, he is currently chairing our December board meeting, which is actually happening as we speak. But he extended his greetings to the organizers and the leadership putting to such a timely event. If I can move to the next slide. And then, yes, I think it is to say that the bank actually very much support what has been done. I would like to thank once again the national coordination for this important initiative. And we'd also like to thank the leadership which provide an important platform inaugurated by President Buhari to ensure that the Nigerian private sector is ready and takes the share that belong to it as the AfCFTA is implemented. It's very important given the critical role of Nigeria as the largest economy on the continent. And the best way to predict your future is to create it, as President Abraham Lincoln said. And this could actually reflect the mission, the noble missions of the National Action Committee for the AfCFTA. And the AfCFTA National Action Committee has actually assembled stakeholders to create the future that they want, the future Nigeria wants, which of course is the future Africa wants. And that future, which begins now, is one of an industrialized Africa. And that future is one where African entrepreneur and industrialist will be manufacturing for Africa, which is the main theme of this important event. It's fair to say that 4th century, manufacturing has been the main drivers to growth on the path of global income convergence and prosperity. And as the most successful cases of Asia, which look at China, Indonesia, China, Singapore, South Korea, and now moving up, Indonesia, shows manufacture is a path to go. But the importance of manufacturing in economic development can never be emphasized. It's actually critical for both developed as well as developing economies. There is indeed a very strong correlations between the size of countries' GDPs and manufacturing content of export. For instance, if you look at the top 10 countries in the world in terms of GDP purchasing power parities, they tend to be very high in terms of manufacturing content of the export. And if you focus on the high export-oriented economies like Germany and China, you are very much in the realms of 85, 94% of manufacturing as a share total export of those two countries. In contrast, our Nigeria, or powerful Nigeria, is very much a Lilliputian in that space, is still a Lilliputian,
this exercise, this workshop is about preparing Nigeria to become the giants in that space. But currently, Nigeria is at around 3%, 3.6%, essentially less than 4%. But manufacturing is not just a drivers of export, it's also a main drivers of productivity. And here are some of the figures that I mentioned earlier. The top 10 countries in terms of purchasing power parity GDP. China is number 1, of course, the US is number 2. You can see that they are way above 60% for most cases. Now, a recent study by UNIDO, which actually motivate why what you're doing today is so important, clearly shows that value added in world manufacturing averaged 3.1% annual growth between 1991 and 2018, which is slightly above the average growth rate 2.8%. In essence, manufacturing contributions to world GDP growth has actually increased over time, and certainly more than what we've seen in terms of contribution from other sectors. And there is no economic development without industrializations and sustained expansion of manufacturing output. So the National Action Committee on AfCFTA, it's very right in emphasizing the need of manufacturing for Africa. The AfCFTA provides one largest single market, but if African entrepreneurs are not manufacturing for Africa, it's quite clear that others will do that, and in the process, sustain a development model which has actually exported African jobs and created a condition whereby unemployment rate across the regions have been at Great Depression level for decades. Whether in China or in Europe, investment, especially FDI, have played a key role in the process of industrializations and expansion of manufacturing output. And the sectoral coverage, in the case of Nigeria and Africa for that matter, will have to be broad and looking at petrochemicals, textile, medical and pharmaceutical, COVID for instance, automobile, petroleum, and telecommunication, IT, commodity-based industrializations, leather, apparel industry, and transport equipment. Investment that boost industrial manufacture output for Africa will also expand the stock of heavy equipment, machinery in the early stages of industrializations. But in a world of resource constraint and harsh competitions, beggar thy neighbor for limited resources, the key questions is the one that you've posed: how to mobilize investment for the manufacturing sector. And the first step for that matter is to be in sync with investors, to understand and reassure investors who will be injecting the patient capital for long-term investment that are what manufacturing actually calls for. For years, if not decades, those are long-term investment, patient capital, and avoid the risk of sunk cost to actually mitigate and attract long-term capital. At the same time, speed and stability, as well as predictability, heard about 4 gardens in the banking sector, predictability in terms of legal framework, economic development will help mobilize investment and long-term capital. African governments have made significant progress, reducing policy constraints and implementing measures to attract investors, and such as import restrictions for priority industries. In Nigeria, for instance, cement manufacturers have benefited from increased import duty and even cessations of new licensing in the sector. The second action to mobilize investment in the manufacturing space is in the realm of physical infrastructure. And here we emphasize both hard and digital. There are key mobilizing investment and crowding in private capital for both short-term and long-term investment. And infrastructure has been and will continue in our view to be the major drivers
of growth and structural transformations for sustained industrial output. In addition to directly financing infrastructure, especially trade-enabling infrastructure, AfCFTA also launched its project preparation facility 2 years ago to raise the pipeline of bankable infrastructure projects and expand infrastructure network. And it's been proven that one of the key constraints in that space actually to produce enough good projects. And I think this initiative, which has actually generated a lot of results, given what we've done already in East Africa and Southern Africa in that regard, is actually filling that gap. The third thing that I'd like to mention, Chair, it's the need to expand economic infrastructure, specifically industrial park and special economic zones. There are key incentives to mobilize investment and boost industrial productions and manufacturing output on the infrastructure constraints. They've actually substantially lower barriers related to the time and cost of importing and exporting goods, and have worked very well in Asia, in China in particular. Evidence from a growing number of studies clearly shows that in Africa, downtime related to electricity outage is much less frequent in Kenya, special economic zone, than in company operating elsewhere in the countries. Under its fifth strategic plan, which has industrialization and export development as one of the key pillars, AfCFTA is actually supporting the development industrial special economic zone. We have some in Nigeria as we speak, which are going to essentially boost industrial output and manufacturing output on the infrastructure constraint. The fourth action that we'd like to suggest is boosting and leveraging the power of equity investment to mobilize investment for the manufacturing sector. It's quite clear that equity investment are critical to financing, to advancing financial sector development and economic transformations. And academic research have actually shown that a positive link between private equity investment and innovations, which is actually key to actually escape what we call the middle income country trapped, which is exactly where Nigeria is at this stage, on the manufacturing export-led growth development model. Over the years, I think AfCFTA has played a critical role in mobilizing trade finance into the continent by catalyzing foreign direct investment into critical sector. AfCFTA recently launched, expanded its offering to include vital equity investment under its Fund for Export Development, FEDA. FEDA, which aim to mobilize resources to close the gap of about 110 billion across Africa, prioritize company in the value chains of critical industry and sectors. So this is another opportunity to make sure that every Nigerian which has an idea, startup idea, will have the financing to turn that idea into a product, which will then enter the market and expand the space for industrializations. I think FEDA is a response to actually create a new breed and generations of African entrepreneurs that will actually champion implementations of the AfCFTA in a manner that ensure that Africans are manufacturing for Africa. The fifth objective is boosting the capital development. The Capital of Development Finance Institution, DFI, is also critical in that space of mobilizing financing investment. And it's quite clear to us that the growth of manufacturing industry is predicated on the availability and injections of patient capital and long-term financing, which is the main objective, the bread and butter of DFIs. Over the years, I think DFI have actually helped maximize resource mobilize from traditional and new development partners. And so it's very important that Nigeria support, Nigeria and more generally African countries, boost the capital base of DFI to make sure they provide more resources for long-term financing. DFI have enhanced manufacturing development industrialization through several channels, additionality, technical innovation, technical change, and forward and backward linkages, which are what manufacturing is all about. And based on available data, Chairman, from select DFIs, there is definitely evidence that increased total investment promoted innovations and improved energy efficiency in recipient country compared to what we call the constructed counterfactuals. Benefit of DFI in that space are significant. And for that, I'm almost done, Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
A 1 percentage point increase in DFI as percentage of GDP will actually lead to 0.8 percentage point increase in investment ratio. Hence, in several countries, DFI have kept investment to GDP ratio more than 1.5 percentage point higher than what they would be otherwise. And finally, the last example that we need to emphasize, Chairman, is that skills and human resources for manufacturing. I know previous speaker have mentioned this, but when we talked about mobilizing resources for manufacturing sector, the first and natural instinct is often financial resources. But we believe that the most important resources for boosting manufacturing output is definitely human resources, and specifically engineering and scientific skills. Manufacturing involves design, conceptual, complying to standards, management processes, programming, software, chemical engineering, automations. So all these are not soft skills, they're actually hardcore in the sciences. Nigeria will need great engineers, mechanical engineers, automotive engineers, IT engineers, petroleum engineers, chemical, aerospace engineers in the country where the parking lot for private jet is expanding quite rapidly. We also need aerospace engineers to provide confidence and attract more capital. Manufacturing countries like South Korea and China are attracting more DFI, FDI than Africa combined, in part because they have both the conducive environment, but also the human resources to conceive and execute and deliver on time. The AfCFTA, to conclude, provide the skills to attract long-term investment, expand manufacturing output. And the AfCFTA rules of origin would actually be an industrialization accelerator, and Nigeria stand to benefit from that. But to leverage AfCFTA potential and boost manufacturing output, country should focus on few things. I'm going to mention four. Developing both hard and soft infrastructure, delivering the right business environment and incentives, developing the right human resource and skills, diversifying the pool of financing with emphasis on DFI, which are very suited for long-term financing. And AfCFTA has been playing a key role in the promotion industrializations, which has the potential to boost both intra-African trade and will continue to support Nigeria in its drive to manufacture for Africa, so that the AfCFTA is also a market for African entrepreneurs. Realizing the vision of industrializing Africa is very important to Professor Orama, who is committed to delivering a better future to future generations of Africans. And quite frankly, now is the time to start building the future we want. And the National Action Committee on the AfCFTA can always count on AfCFTA, the Pan-African financial institutions, leading the transformation of Africa under the leadership of President Orama. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fofa. Very, very packed presentation, even though, just a little bit you went above time, and we're not doing so well with time now, but thank you so much. I think this slide deck is going to be shared with participants, and then a couple of things that maybe you didn't cover during the presentation. I'm sure participants will be able to read through your presentation. So we will move very quickly to implications of non-tariff measures to the Nigerian manufacturing sector under the AfCFTA. And for 10 minutes, we will we'll ask Dr. Ken Ukoha, who is the president of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, to, in 10 minutes, again, please try to emphasize that, about the non-tariff measures to Nigerian manufacturing sector. Dr. Ukoha. Dr. Ukoha. Are you there?
Mr. Chijioke?
Yes.
Dr. Ken seems to be trying to connect, so I'm sure he'll be with us in the next 1 minute. Maybe we'll.
Okay. Okay. If it's still having challenges connecting, we can move to the next speaker and come back to him. If you could ask him so that we save some time.
Mr. Chijioke, I'm sure you could go on with Dr. Ken's profile. Before you're done, I'm sure it will be on.
Okay. I think I didn't want to go through profiles so that everyone has more time. But if I do go through the profiles, is Dr. Ken here now? Not yet.
We don't have him. We can kindly move on to the next speaker, please.
Okay. So do we have is Chief Ede Dafinone is here? Do we have Chief Ede Dafinone here? Has he logged on yet?
Mr. Chijioke, we also do not have Chief here.
Okay. Do we have Dr. Celestine Okanya here? Dr. Celestine Okanya, are you here?
Yeah, we have Ejiofor Okechukwu representing Dr. Celestine Okanya, and it's here it's here.
All right, Mr. Ejiofor Okechukwu, thank you so much for joining us. You're presenting Dr. Celestine Okanya, who is the Director General of Nigerian National Accreditation Service, NINAS. Mr. Ejiofor Okechukwu, please, you have the floor for 10 minutes, please. Mr. Ejiofor? Mr. Ejiofor, are you here?
His mic is unmuted. Mr. Ejiofor, if you could please say something, your mic is already unmuted.
I think Mr. Oko is back, I think, so maybe.
Okay, so we can take Dr. Okoha. Please, can you unmute Dr. Okoha, please? Please, can we unmute Dr. Okoha?
He's been unmuted. He needs to do it from his end.
Yes,
okay.
Good. Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Sorry for a little delay. Can you please get my slide on? Is it possible?
Yes, it should be. Can we get Dr. Ken's slide deck?
Okay, while you're trying to do that, how many minutes do I have?
10 minutes, sir. 10 minutes.
Yeah, how many minutes do I have, please?
10 minutes.
Oh, just 10 minutes, okay.
10
First,
minutes.
Okay, let me commend, let me use 1 minute to commend the AfCFTA Secretariat.
My goodness, how are you, sir?
Fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
Is that a British man?
It's a voice that's
Mr. Fofak, I think you are on. Can you unmute yourself, please, Mr. Fofak? Or can we mute Mr. Fofa, please? If we can do it from the control. Thank you. Thank you. So, Dr. Ken, I think you can.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me start by thanking the AfCFTA Secretariat for providing this platform once again, very rich. There are 4 key points I need to make before rounding off. One is that the AfCFTA is Nigeria's biggest and largest opportunity to stabilize and expand our industrial manufacturing base. That's number 1 point. Number 2, that I should also put as a footnote, is the fact that China and Europe flies over our head and deposit and conquer markets of our immediate neighbors. It looks shameful and not cheering in news, and therefore something must be done with the AfCFTA. Number 3 is that manufacturers, especially the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, must wake up to the opportunities and kickstart actions with effective communications and sensitization of members on this particular after. And finally, before my presentation, is that the collaboration between MAN and NANS, especially as manufacturers and traders, should be more than ever needed to concretize our expected benefits, potential benefits from the AfCFTA. And having said this, I was told to look at non-tariff measures. And of course, for interest of those who may not understand the non-tariff measures, these are measures other than ordinary custom tariffs that can potentially have economic effect on our trade in goods, especially international trade. And then the kind of quantities traded and the price or both ends. And it has a very vast nature, vast in the sense that there are over 178 disaggregated non-tariff measures in terms of codes and terms of classification. SPS alone has over 34 detailed codes. And that's why it's a bit technical, But then if you look at it, you will see that it comprises a lot of technical measures, the SPS, the environmental protection issues, measures, including, quotas, price control, export restrictions, contingent trade protection, protective measures. And these are key towards protecting the private sector. Next slide, please. And giving them a side. Now, the composition and classification are too many, and each of them, each of what you've seen here has, grandchildren, so to speak. The technical barriers to trade, the pre-shipment inspection, for instance, contingent trade measures that I mentioned earlier, financial measures, even trade finance as well, in terms of, policies, macroeconomic policies as well, in terms of monetary policy, as well as, distribution and restrictions and subsidies. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we have a litany of, examples of non-tariff measures that we're looking at. The technical barriers to trade, the SPS, and then next slide, we have also, pre-shipment, price control measures, export-related measures. Next slide. Next slide, please. And we also have, the non-tariff measures that are looking specifically towards the deployment for promotion of domestic production. And this is where it is, it becomes very apt for the manufacturing sector to blossom. Now, if you look at the AfCFTA agreement, Articles 3 and 4, they tend to, these two articles tend to, narrate the purpose of fulfilling the objectives. The state parties shall progressively eliminate tariffs and non-tariff barriers trade in goods and enhance competitiveness. If you underline that word competitiveness of the economies of the state parties, competitiveness cannot come without the promotion of industrial capacity, industrial development. And of course, every member state which is involved in this negotiation, in this particular trading agreement, would need to target on the comparative advantages that they have. And if I can tell you, without missing word, that if you measure up Nigeria as one of the key economies in Africa, in fact, the largest economy in Africa, that means that intellectually we are looking at the capacity of the country to mobilize markets from other member states. And now, there are key points that I need to talk about here. Next slide, please. Next slide. Some of the points that we need to look at are the ones, next slide again, the ones that we have to really measure on, which are the lessons that we need to learn for, specifically for our manufacturing and industrial base. And I place them on facts and lessons for us as we move into the AfCFTA. And once I finish up with these lessons, we can conclude here. One is that developed countries, what we have here is that developed countries regulate a larger share of their imports and use the regulations on each import than developing or least developed countries. And if you look at the AfCFTA in this regard, Nigeria is the largest economy under the AfCFTA. And therefore, we may need to deploy the import regulation, at most. Therefore, the use of non-tariff measures as regulatory instruments becomes very, very imperative. And I think this is where both the negotiators and the National Action Committee would need. Fact number 2 is that least developed countries regulate twice as much their exports than developing or developed countries. What's the lesson for Nigeria? The lesson here is that Nigeria, as a developed country in the African context, should avoid the deployment of non-tariff barriers that impede the facilitation of export trade. In this regard, every non-tariff barrier must be considered on the worth of its capacity and merits of the usefulness or otherwise in facilitating exports. Therefore, export orientation must be at the foresight, at the background of whatever decisions we're making on non-tariff barriers. Fact number 3, non-tariff barriers are most widespread on agro-food sector, both in the intensive and extensive margins. Now, what's the lesson? The lesson from there is that Nigeria would need to have comparative advantage in the agro-food sector as a supplier relatively to other African countries. And therefore, we may consider being wary of these non-tariff barriers in the export market, but more effective regulation measures, regulatory measures to do what? Dissuade imports within the AfCFTA. Next slide, please. Fact number 4 is that technical barriers to trade are most frequent from non-tariff barriers. They are most frequent forms of non-tariff barriers. Almost over 40% of product lines and about 65% of the world imports. This is a classical, theory that has been, approved by laid down by the WTO. And what is the lesson for us? Nigeria needs to design activities that protect market share and seek the protection of a future country's manufacturing base. Don't be deceived. Let nobody tell you that, hey, because Nigeria is a big player in the African continent, therefore, we may not need to protect infant industries. No, 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 no. We must protect them so that they can also breed in recognition of the competition that may come tomorrow. The lesson number 5 is that negotiators, those who are negotiating for us, must take into cognizance the canvassing for inclusion of technical barriers to trade in the AfCFTA approved measures. The entire approved measures must have there. And then the next lesson is that the efficiency of regulatory agencies that we have here, NAFDAC, SON, the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, they require effective implementation and strict compliance with standards and other details for beneficial AfCFTA. And more importantly, Nigeria should be the major driver of TBTs and export measures under the AfCFTA, just to make sure that our products are secured for exports. Next slide. Perhaps one or two comments. Next slide. Now, one of the lessons also that we look at is that AfCFTA brings about lower tariffs, and the use of non-tariff measures can therefore be more intensive, so as to show the growing importance of our policy substitution. Therefore, what I mean here is substituting tariff with non-tariff measures. Now, I must also say that, in terms of the use of the deployment of non-tariff measures, particularly on products, they matter a lot in terms of calculating the basket of our commodity. And so, commodity and export departments of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, National Bureau of Statistics, Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, National Association of Nigerian Traders should be able to help Nigeria in this regard. And I think this is not something we need to leave for government alone. The private sector, including NASIMA, should come up. NASME, they should team up together and come up with what should be required. Maybe I should move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. My 10 minutes is, warning me. Next slide. Now, what are the key considerations that we need to make in terms of takeaway? The presence and the mode of application of non-tariff measures will determine the performance of our industrial manufacturing. QED. In terms of volume of productivity, which is our output, or in terms of our export under the AfCFTA. 2, we can also apply means of, monetary and fiscal policy under trade finance, which I mentioned earlier. And then the current exchange rate volatility and policy against importation of certain products can hamper necessary raw materials that are critical for the manufacturing sector purposes. This policy therefore should have a holistic approach of evaluation in order to avoid unwitting frustration of our local industries and the manufacturing sector. Let's look at that. CBN is here represented. It's also important to undertake and conduct a holistic review of available non-tariff measures that are applicable to Nigeria. Why do we do it? So that we identify their implications. We identify whether they are justified or not. We identify whether they are worthy to be continued. Otherwise, so that we can know what constitutes a clog in our dream business, ease of doing business, in terms of trade facilitation, all of that. And then, on the final challenge there is to make sure that trade deficit and things that drown production in terms of custom clearance delays, in terms of movement of commodities along the border and corridor, in terms of licensing processes from any of these agencies, including our own ETLS certification and all of that, should be properly reviewed. Next slide, as I conclude. Thank you so much. And I think that it's important that the NAC raises, and I would suggest, a very serious technical committee on this technical aspect, very, very technical aspect. It could be a subcommittee that will look at all the non-tariff measures that are available for Nigeria, that Nigeria has been using, whether we can say that they are effective or worthy, or whether we can tweak some of them, or whether they are even obsolete. And then we can therefore be able to assemble them and see which ones we need to add. This is a technical thing, very, very technical, so that we do not shoot ourselves on the foot along the implementation of the AfCFTA. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Koha. Thank you for trying to keep your presentation to 10 minutes. But I think it's very useful, very critical. Something I took away, which I've summarized, is using acceptable non-tariff measures to facilitate trade and enhance our ability to compete effectively in this new market. So non-tariff measures, what you're saying, we look at it, unpack it and see what is acceptable, can be used to help us compete effectively in the new market. Thank you so much, Dr. Koha. If you still here, I'm sure there will be some questions for you, especially in regard to non-tariff measures. Thank you so much, Dr. Koha. So I will move very quickly to Chief Ede Dafinone. If he's here, is Chief Dafinone here?
No, Mr. Chijioke, we can just move on to the next speaker.
Okay then. All right then. Is okay. We said Ms. Dr. Celestine Okania will be represented by Mr. Ejiofor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is he here now?
Yes, Mr. Ejiofor is online.
Fantastic.
And it's been asked to mute.
Fantastic. He will be representing Dr. Celestine Okania, the Director General, Nigerian National Accreditation Service. Mr. Ejiofor, you have the floor now. 10 minutes, please, Mr. Ejiofor, 10 minutes. Are you there? Mr. Ejiofor? It seems he has a technical difficulty.
Yes, I think Mr. Ejiofor has a technical difficulty because his mic is unmuted. However, we are not getting any sound from his end. Maybe we should move on, and when we have him, I'll let you know.
Okay, all right. But do we have his presentation?
Yes, we do.
Okay, all right. So in case if he can't join us, we can circulate his presentation. So we will move now to harnessing the gains of the AfCFTA for small and medium scale enterprises. And to start, not to start actually, to deliver this particular part of the technical session is Sir Prince Begun Aguade. He's the President, Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Sir Aguade, are you here? Sir Aguade, are you here? Sorry, can we confirm if he's logged on?
He's here. If he could kindly unmute himself.
So Aguade, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Can you hear me now, please?
Loud and clear, sir. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. First, let me, on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the Governing Council of Nigerian Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, and in the 33 states where we are, congratulate the committee, the National Action Committee under the leadership of Francis Anatogu, and indeed the Federal Ministry of Trade and Investment for doing the hard work that has taken us this far, because we are part and parcel at the beginning of the whole journey. The theme, harnessing the gains of AfCFTA for SMEs in Nigeria, is apt and relevant at this time when the takeoff of the program is even around the corner. That is January. I have about, within this space of time, I have about 8 or 9 points to make as to why this can be possible. I will not bother you about the gains because we all know it. We've been talking about it since morning. Employment opportunities, increase in sales of our goods and services, and so on, bringing more money to us and all that. I will not go to that way. I will go to areas what we want government to do for us, small and medium enterprise, to harness the gains of the huge gains of AfCFTA, which we have all been talking about. One, how do we simplify intra-African trade for SMEs to participate effectively? Special arrangements and concessions should be given to SMEs to improve their participation in this exercise. Number two, SMEs do not have the capacity to navigate the complex trade rules. We need help and a sort of handholding in this respect. Number three, a more permanent arrangement should be made for SMEs to be able not only to complain, but take up legal actions when necessary. We don't have capacity to do this, but the framework can be there to make this easy for us to do. Number four, government must extend comprehensive and integrated support system to SMEs to reduce the cost of standardization and certification of our products and certification required to position them for gainful participation in African Free Trade Continental Area Agreement. Well, I thought Celestine Okanya would be around here to talk about certification. As you may all be aware, Egypt has almost 400, South Africa has about 600, Nigeria has not gotten one. I mean, Teso, I can see him up on the screen, can bear witness to what I'm saying. So to get our products certified and all that is needed, we need help. And of course, in this one, not that Nigeria has not tried, there is NINAS on board that can take up this, provided approval at FEC is given, and in the House of Assembly also to legalize the arrangement. Number five, we must support SMEs with information and require capacity to navigate regional and continental markets effortlessly. Well, yes, you can also ask me, why are these required? Of course, you know the standard of SMEs we have in this country. I'm not even talking of micro, okay? I'm talking of small and medium enterprise. Now, number six, we should create a portal where SMEs can have access to results of analysis of new markets and requirements of these markets to reduce disruptions caused by non-tariff barriers to the BRS minimum. If we don't have a place where a portal we can see, oh, this market is like this, it may not be easy for SMEs to do this on their own. So we are suggesting that we should have a portal that will give the result of different markets. And that will be very, very useful and put us in position to participate effectively. Number eight, we should build capacity of SMEs to understand the relevant provisions of AfCFTA framework agreement. That is key, because as it is, our people have not gone far on this, and we need we need to do this to keep us together and on the same page. Number eight, government must establish an SME hand-holding scheme in partnership with SMEDA and NEPC to offer technical advisory services on export, free trade, export distribution channels, and non-tariff barriers. This is close to our hearts. If this is done, we know the combination of Nigerian Export Promotion Council and SMIDAN can come in and give something to resolve this. Number 9, government must deliberately eliminate unfair and burdensome customs bureaucratic procedures and have SME access to loans at single digit with long-term repayment of loan. A situation where PricewaterhouseCoopers analyzed the 2018 of CBN report and found out that under 1% of commercial bank loans and all that go to SMEs. How can we benefit? Where do we go from there? And also, I wanted to say I've been on platforms this morning, and I had the presentation of CBN. Very good programs. In fact, I was always thinking they have about 22 windows or platforms that we can access. But he said they had 30. Very good program, very good thoughtful arrangement. But the issue is delivery of those programs. So we should do something about delivery. We have enough of them. But I mean, if the giver is saying they are giving and the receiver is saying they are not receiving, then we should look at this closely. In conclusion, AfCFTA is now here with us and we support it as a body. However, for us to have to harness the gains, there is the need to leverage on the very strong correlation between infrastructural development, trade facilitation, and elimination of NTBs to guarantee meaningful improvement in trade volumes. Therefore, there is an urgent need to implement all the readiness requirements suggested in this paper and the previous ones, fully operationalize the framework of quality infrastructure at the national level to reduce the NTBs to a very BRS minimum. It is also important that relevant authorities strengthen customs cooperation and promote transparent transit management framework in a manner that SMEs will be able to survive under the Continental Trade Agreement. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sir Aguade. Very, very, very useful points as well. I think the success of the AfCFTA for Nigeria is, I would argue, is hinged on the success of the small and medium enterprises. If they do not benefit from this agreement, if they are not able to take advantage, of to grow and prosper, then we cannot be talking about a successful implementation of the AfCFTA. The AfCFTA must be inclusive. Like I think I tried to allude to, and this is what even the agreement talks about. There must be inclusivity in the AfCFTA. We need to get people to become startups, and we need to get startups to become big businesses. Focus on enabling the business environment cannot just be for the large companies. It needs to be for everybody, especially the small and medium enterprises. So I would thank you again, Sir Aguade. And also just to call on the CBN and BOI who are here before to say, look, these funds are there. These funds are excellent schemes. Funding these schemes are excellent schemes, but they need to get to those who actually need the funding. Otherwise, we will continue to have these conversations about how someone is giving and someone is not receiving. So what exactly is going on? So thank you so much, Sir Aguade, and thank you for actually keeping to time as well. So we will move to the next speaker. If Mr. Ejiofor is not here, then we will move on to Mr. Shukura Ogebunam. And I understand that he's been represented, yes, by Mr. Peter Nwogbogu. So they is from the NAC AfCFTA Export Management Development. So if you're here, you have the floor, sir. Mr. Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Nwogbogu, and I'm holding brief for the team lead of the Export Market Development Desk at the National Action Committee for the implementation of the AfCFTA. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Next slide, please. So basically, the speakers have addressed a lot of critical issues. I'll be taking us through the perspective of the National Action Committee with regards to our current position as a manufacturing country and identified products and selected export destinations, as well as our identified areas and critical points or more or less recommendations, and then the proposed export development approach. Next slide, please. So our objective at the AfCFTA is to develop strategies for AfCFTA that enables expansion of manufacturing sector for export and complements national strategy to stimulate economic growth through the development of standards, scaling of capacity, and coordinated market penetration and domination. We are looking at this from two critical angles, which is the Nigeria strategic consideration for export expansion and the Nigeria strategic consideration for manufacturing. We'll be pursuing trade expansion in manufactured goods and services through increased export market penetration of Nigerian exports offering within the African continent, as well as drive value creation through increased contribution of manufacturing sector exports to GDP. And would like to double the contribution of the manufacturing sector over the next 3 years to the GDP and drive youth engagement and job creation, thereby elevating poverty. Previous slide, please. Thereby elevating poverty and previous slide, please. And supporting innovation-driven enterprises. We will also be accelerating capacity development, and we'll look to scale the sector over the next 5 years. Next slide, please. Here's a brief snapshot of the landscape, manufacturing landscape as we have it today. We currently have 7 manufactured goods categories and 6 semi-manufactured goods categories as identified by our impact and readiness assessment reports. 33 states in Nigeria of the 36 states and then the FCT are actually very much involved in the production of manufactured and semi-manufactured goods. In the African market, we are looking at 288 billion estimated market size, and then this is, however, a sharp decline from 243 in previous year 2018. And we as Nigeria can account for a trifling $131 million. And this is not really impressive when compared to the bulk of what's obtainable in Africa. Next slide, please. The manufacturing value chain today currently contributes 10% of the national GDP and 11% of exports, while providing 12% of the jobs available within the country. However, the sector still requires significant capital and infrastructural input to reach its maximum potential. Despite adverse factors such as spike of cost of inputs, scarcity of foreign exchange, cheaper imports from countries like China, and then who also produce superior quality at very low rates, Nigerian manufacturing sector remains a top investment destination, but needs urgent retooling to increase market competitiveness and adoption of technology so as to remain competitive in the fast-changing global space. There are two illustrations on your screen at the moment. To the left is a graphical illustration of the market capitalization of quoted manufacturing companies. This is just basically showing how funding of these institutions, or rather the sector, since these are critical players, funding of the sector has declined over the past 3 years. And to your right is the capacity utilization. The manufacturing sector remains largely underutilized, with a peak capacity utilization of 60% over the past 5 years. Next slide, please. An assessment was done of the to identify opportunities, and we've been able to look at the exports and track record of Nigeria across Africa. We've been able to identify products like sugar, textile, automotive, and this is driven by the strength of demand across Africa. The sector recommendations as seen in our impact and readiness assessment, and also extracted from inputs from stakeholder groups such as the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. So to your left on the screen is the top export opportunities Nigeria has today, as extracted from the ITC. We are able to tell that there are opportunities across vehicles and iron and steel, plastics, petroleum gas, sugar, aluminum, acrylics, silica, hydrocarbons, and a few other products. And we're able to also identify the top 5 destinations for these products. And these destinations do not just offer immediate opportunity, but also immense opportunity to scale. And of course, product diversification over the next couple of years. It's pertinent to note that these official trade figures mask significant trade in light manufacturers and FMCGs traded westwards into ECOWAS and eastward through Central Africa. Next slide, please. Like I said earlier, we've been able to extract information from stakeholders, and of course we've done an impact and readiness assessment, which is not cast in stone, and we'll more or less refer to it as a work in progress. As we proceed, we would of course identify new opportunities. However, for the few target products that have been identified to be our area of strength, there are a few recommendations. And it cuts across infrastructural and product recommendation. So for sugar, we can see that there's over $6 billion. There's an over $6 billion market in Africa, and product-specific recommendations cut across effective implementation of the Nigerian Sugar Master Plan, improvement of research institutions, more land for sugarcane cultivation, building capacity amongst industry regulators, and synergy amongst stakeholders. We can also tell that there is a need to promote incentives to attract new investors, develop product sites and plants, facilitate land acquisition, and implement staple crop processing zones. Next slide, please. We've also been able to identify similar recommendations for cotton and textile, and key points around recommendations are that we need to double down on textile import ban. We also need to develop and implement a new national cotton, textile, and garment enterprise policy, and we also reinforce initiatives such as the Anchor Borrowers Program and Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund. There's a need to develop a high-quality cotton seed initiative, and we also need to create an enabling environment that would support farmers, support investors in these products. Next slide, please. So as not to go into more details, but a lot of these cut across the various products. We also have for plastic, and you can actually get this document from the website of the National Action Committee. Next slide, please. I'll go straight to the proposed strategy. Next slide, please. Okay. So next, please. So over the next 2 to 3 slide approach, consistent with the federal government's desire to create 100 million jobs in Nigeria, the National Action Committee Export Development Strategy would follow a 2-pronged approach, addressing cross-cutting supply side constraints and negotiating market access opportunities for products exports to the wider African market. To do this, we will be looking at enabling regulatory environments, development of appropriate policy tools, technology adoption, which is very critical in this fast-changing business space, ecosystem development. Next slide. Next, please. Flexible regulatory regimes, produce storage, which is a critical issue that has been identified in the manufacturing space. And we also need to enable access to inputs, build a very conducive legal framework, and which will touch on land policies, and of course, embrace technology so as to support increased adoption, so as to support increased value chain development. Next slide, please. Also very critical, and two points, the export markets and of course access to this market. In targeting markets under AfCFTA, we will prioritize markets which deliver the greatest opportunities for exports of Nigerian manufacturers. We would also support shippers to deepen and diversify exports from existing markets. And we would also be supporting corporate market entry strategies, and we'll be leveraging existing and emerging platforms. Like I said earlier, this document and a few more details are available for further study on the National Action Committee's website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wagbogu. Thank you so much for your presentation. The slide deck will be available for participants to actually see, and I'm sure if there are any questions, some of those questions will come through when we have the Q&A session. I hope you'll still be around to take questions. Thank you so much. So if we still don't have Mr. Ejiofor Okechukwu, we will now go to the last presentation, which is talking about or focusing on the manufacturing sector in Africa, this perspective of the development partners. And to do this is Dr. Jean Bakole. He is the UNIDO representative and regional director, Regional Africa, Nigeria. Dr. Jean Bakole, are you there? Is Dr. Bakole there?
I'm sorry, Chijike, it seems we don't have Dr. Bakole.
Okay, so Dr. Bakole is not here, Mr. Ejiofor Okechukwu is not here, and I think we've taken everyone else. Okay, so we have a hard stop of 2 o'clock, and it would be nice if we can take the question and answer session now. So if we have any questions, I'm sure some of the questions already in the chat box has been dropped there. Secretariat, can we have oral questions as well, or does it have to be questions in the chat box?
Mr. Chijike, participants can ask their questions by using the raising of hand function. which is available, and then you can probably call them out when they raise their hands. And if we see any questions within the chat box, I'll do well to forward them to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so, all right. Okay, so
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chijoko, again. I just have from the chat box Mr. Ruben Bamidele, who says he's supposed to be representing Dr. Jean Bakole. Ruben Bamidele.
Okay, Mr. Bamidele. Welcome. You have 10 minutes to present your slides. Please do. 10 minutes, please. Mr. Bamidele.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Bakole is busy on something, so he has asked me to represent him. So we sent an email to this effect and also sent the presentation. I don't know if you have it already.
It seems we have it.
Thank you very much. So basically, based on the topic given to Mr. Bakole, we are looking at the characteristics of the manufacturing sector in Africa. I don't think we should waste too much time here. I haven't listened to other people because I think most of the issues around the sector in Africa are known to participants. It grew some years back. Growth in the sector traceable to commodity prices, manufacturing value added accounted for only 1.6% of global total in 2014. And the least developed countries in Africa, there are about 34 of them. They remain on the margins of industrialization. Please, next slide. Africa exhibits the lowest regional, medium, and high-tech share, which means that manufacturing in Africa is not of a high-tech category. And then African labor has tended to move from agri to services instead of moving to manufacturing. Productivity in Africa's manufacturing sector also is still far below that of developed countries. Most firms in manufacturing, as we all know, they are small and informal in outlook, but we have a few exceptions like Egypt, Morocco, South Africa, and so on, which have some higher level of specialization in manufacturing and higher labor productivity, and that almost 90% of manufacturing exports in Africa are in natural resource-based sectors. Next slide. LDC's share of global exports more than doubled between 1995 and 2013, but is still very low, around 1% of export globally. Product concentration also increased too over that period, but the LDCs are more vulnerable to external shocks. According to the concentration index, the LDCs in Africa trade in few products compared with LDCs in Asia. And then we exhibit shallow participation in global value chains, and that Africa has to only 14% of its export compared to what obtains in other parts, like 27% in emerging Asia, and then 31% in developed economies. Next slide. African regions have some of the lowest regional intermediate good intra-industry trade, which indicates that there's little participation in regional value chains and low economic integration. So in a nutshell, this is how we characterize the sector in Africa. What are the challenges? One is lack of competitiveness. And we have seen this to have arisen from poor business environments, low institutional capacity, weak infrastructure, and relatively high unit labor costs in manufacturing. There's also the challenge of weak logistics and trade facilitation systems in terms of inefficient border management, relative high cost of shipping a container compared to what obtains in other places, then low regional integration in Africa. Some
other speakers have spoken about barriers to trade. And then there's the absence of accreditation framework. Only a few African countries have national accreditation bodies. Next slide. Now, what are the things that Africa can do to have a sustainable and inclusive path to industrialization? First and foremost, we're looking at contribution of agriculture and agribusiness to poverty reduction. We see this sector being an agrarian region to be able to create wealth and then labor intensity, that is to absorb labor, also to create necessary linkages, backward and forward linkages to other sectors and then international markets. Global value chains also is seen as a part to industrialization, and in saying this, we could ask ourselves what global value chains offer to Africa. We can say that it will help industrialize the economies and then create jobs. It can add value to products and services and help to upgrade worker skills and knowledge. And also, what will Africa offer to global value chains? We see that Africa has competitive advantages in some light manufacturing industries, like textile and apparel, and so on. Then Africa has 25% of the world arable land and rich minerals. Then there's a demographic dividend, the youthful population, which if annexed could help in creating a sustainable and inclusive path to industrialization. Then we have, as Africa, as a continent, a major untapped solar, hydro, and gas energy resources that lie in the continent. Next slide. The other aspect has to do with the importance of interoperability, which is movement, international agreed standards, privately agreed standards, and other product and quality specifications that can drive trade and promote industrialization. And then they need to get ready to join and move up the chain in terms of process innovation and product innovation. The private sector also has a key role to play in driving sustainable and inclusive path to industrialization in Africa in terms of being the driver of economic growth, knowledge and technological generation, job creation, and the provision of basic goods and services, and also the need to go the green and clean industrialization path. That is, Africa should, as much as possible, use production methods that avoid replicating the path of current middle and high income countries, and then prioritize transition to climate resilient industry, promoting circular economy, industrial symbiosis, and so on. So globally, collective actions that we thought could advance Africa's manufacturing sector include to further the action of G20 development agenda in the continent, that is bridging the gap between the developed and the underdeveloped, then support the agriculture and agribusiness development and their linkages with other sectors. This is critically important because of the endowment that the continent has in this particular sector and how to use it to drive industrialization and increase the continent's resilience to shocks. Next is the need to deepen, broaden, and uptake the local knowledge base, invest in energy and resource efficiency, and promote green and clean technologies and industries. We also are proposing the need to industrialize through trade and deeper regional integration, leveraging domestic and external finance, and then promoting the fourth industrial revolution. Having listened to other speakers, I feel we shouldn't stop here because I've seen other speakers talk about what they bring to the table to help the country as we go the part of the AfCFTA. And to that extent, I'll just speak briefly about, it's not contained here, but listening to others, I think I should bring this to the discussion. The program for partnership, country partnership, even though works in every country using what we call the country program or the program for country partnership. Currently in Nigeria, we have a country program that spans the period of 2018 to 2022. This program is aimed at promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development in Nigeria, and it has 9 components. The first component is on industrial governance, research, and statistics. Here, we're supporting...
Sorry, Mr. Bamdele, we've gone right over 10 minutes.
Already?
So, yes.
Can I just have like 1 or 2 minutes more?
Yes, please.
I'll wrap
yes,
up.
please.
Thank you very much. So, within the framework of that component, we support federal and state governments on industrial policy, investment policy, trade policy, and data issues. Second component is on agro-industry and agribusiness development. Third component is on minerals and metals development. Fourth component is on trade capacity building. Fifth one is on macro, small, and medium enterprises development. 6 is on special economic zones, industrial park, and private sector development. 7th is on innovation, science, and technology. 8 is on sustainable energy development, particularly renewable energy, solar, small hydro, wind, and biomass. And then, of course, the last but not the least is environmental management. So within the framework of the country program, we're able to support Nigeria to drive inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bamidele. I think the one thing that just jumped out at me was where you talked about the use of renewable energy. Throughout the session, we've talked about how power remains an issue, and what it's critical for us to be able to effectively mobilize the manufacturing sector. And I think that, as an alternative to, the energy sources we have now, we need to, or our major energy sources, we need to begin to look more to renewable energy. So it's one that I know that I think the federal government is also, there's some focus and some policy around that, but I think it's something that we need to do more. So anything that we can do, so first of all, we identify what the bottlenecks are, what the challenges are, and look for solutions to these bottlenecks. And I'm happy you brought up the conversation on renewable energy. So thank you so much, Mr. Bamdele. I hope you stick around for 10, 15 minutes where to take some questions, if any questions for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we would like to take the questions now. If you have any question, please just indicate that you do. Just raise up your hand, via Zoom, and then we will identify you, and then you could speak.
Mr. Chijoke, a couple of people already have their hands raised. We have Mr. Teso Ongodwen.
Okay, can you do, because I think I'm having technical difficulties on my own side. I can't see them. So if you could identify them, please, starting from the first. So if you can just take 5, 6 questions now, that'll be great.
Okay, we have Mr. Teso Ongodwen. You may please go first, followed by Mr. Patrick Kingsley Odiego.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Teso Ongodwen at Standard Organization. Time is of essence, and we're already in January by my calculation. What I would have been expecting here is, which countries do we export to? Although the presentation by the Secretariat tried to highlight, which are the products? And if that is done, like I said in my write-up, as mentioned by the President Okwade, there's so much knowledge gap. We are championing the harmonization of standards in Africa. In the ECOWAS region, we are harmonized over 100 products. And most of them have to do with SMEs. So if we get along to the SON, most of the products, particularly in the West Africa, and over 30 have been done for Africa in general. So what one would have expected, and so most of the standards that are common to us are being harmonized, particularly the standard for rice that we're using in Nigeria now. Is that one produced by Africa? So if your rice in Africa is certified by SON, your rice can sell in any part of Africa. So we have gone a long way. The question now is, where are we exporting to? what are the NTBs there, so that we can identify them and partner with our fellow standard bodies in that countries that this is the situation. Because even before the program, we have signed memorandum of understanding with other African countries, including Ghana, Togo, on acceptance of our quality certification mark, even without accreditation. And this is what we will continue to do until our accreditation body is fully effective. Only a few African continents have very full accreditation issues. So we need to know where our challenges are. And once we know that, steps will be taken to kick off the market. January is by the corner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Teso. That's very, very, very useful comment. Next, please.
Mr. Patrick, you may please go. Patrick Kingsley.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Kingsley Odiegu, Managing Director, Polyguard Investment Nigeria Limited. Polyguard is a mining company. This is very, very laudable program. I've been extremely worried, concerned that we are preparing to go into a single market without preparing for where our raw materials are going to be sourced from. As it stands, one of the critical products that we produce used in oil and gas sector, barite, is still being imported into this country, despite the fact that we have in more than 8 states high-grade barite that has not been fully developed. What is going to happen is that we are going to be swamped by barite coming from Morocco. So I think it's really beyond time. This is something that could have been done 6 months ago to give us a fair fighting chance to build up our capacity. At this last minute, by January, you open up your door and they will swamp us. We have no chance. We stand very little chance. I will tell you a small story. I approached a development bank for funding because I really want to build capacity in order, first of all, to supply the local market, which is still a huge challenge because for whatever reason, they prefer to import barite into this country. I don't even understand us Nigerians. I don't understand. But be that as it may, the banks, which are development banks, requested that I should give them bank guarantee. And I was happy that they're all here today talking about lofty measures they're going to use to support businesses. But you can't support these businesses if you're going to turn around and request bank guarantee for development banks. So it is very, very concerning. So if they are really serious, and I believe that this secretariat, you guys are doing a fantastic job, but we need to hold them accountable. There has to be deliverables. There have to be timeline, credible timeline, that they can't just do the usual Nigerian magic to continue to extend. Other nations cannot extend. They will come after us. They are making arrangements. They have been making arrangements before this time. So I don't know how we're going to do this, but for us that are minor, that are actually very primary in the development of industries, where you're going to source your raw material, you're going to source them from the mines. So if the mines are not critically and creatively funded, then you stand very little chance to compete. So I really want us to be very, very critical and very, very strategic the way we approach. We actually have the best product. We have the best barite. We can compete, but we can't compete without the right requisite funding. And the funding can be somebody requesting you to give a property in Abuja before you can receive funding. For a mining site that is licensed, for a mining site that has a geographical location. So we need to be really, really tight. And I believe that if we continue to work the way you guys have started, the results are going to be really good for Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick Odiegu. I think this comment will be noted, and I'm sure the Action Committee will put all these things together, these comments, similar comments together, and pass it across to the right agency for responses. Thank you. So I'll take Dr. Funke Bolujoko now. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, can you unmute me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers of this. My name is Funke Bolujoko. I'm from Roche Investment and Manufacturing. We produce herbal teas from local materials. My question is first to the Secretariat and any of the presenters is on the issue of price competitiveness. And considering that the purchasing power parity within Africa is not terribly high. By the time we are adding the logistics costs to our products, both the known and the unknown costs that you are expected to add in transporting your goods, either through the sea or through or by air, our prices will become terribly non-competitive. What is the Secretariat planning to do about this? I mean, it's so expensive to transport our manufactured goods now to any country. Even if you want to send to Europe, where they still have a higher purchasing power, not to talk of within Africa, by the time we are adding the transportation costs to even our exports price, the prices are way out. What is the Secretariat planning to do? All those bribes people collect, it goes back to what you are sending. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boljoko. Without responding on behalf of the Secretariat, I'm sure one of the reasons why we have this session, these sessions, is to take this feedback, take this these challenges. What are the observations? What are the fears? And the Secretariat will take that together and see how to deal with this with the issues, and see if we remove all these bottlenecks and all these prizes. But thank you, Secretariat. This is a challenge. We need to put that together. I'm not sure if there's going to be a session 5 minutes to reiterate that the purpose of this is also to pick up these concerns and ensure that we find solutions to them. So we'll move to Gabriel Ekpo. You can see your hand up. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, moderator. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Gabriel Ekpo, former Executive Secretary, Man Export Group, Export Manager, Flour Mills Group, retired now. Now, akin to AfCFTA is the ETLS for West Africa. For several years, we've been going around Nigeria, Kano, Maiduguri, everywhere to educate the exporters on how to correctly complete the ETLS form, get their product certified, and then export to the 15 countries in West Africa. It takes pain, it takes serious efforts. Over these years, and if you look, got Dr. Ken that spoke earlier, the assessment of Nigeria, we are far still low in ETLS activities, which we're supposed to take the highest advantage. After a year, we have less than 30 days. The products of these countries will flood our markets in Nigeria. Our exporters till now, as we speak, don't know after form like the ETLS form, how is it completed? How will after products get approved just on the ETLS? So it's shocking the biggest African markets, African economy. So when will our exporters get this awareness to know what to do and how to do best and gain the advantage? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel Ekpo. Again, I think I'll say that that's one of the reasons why we have, this workshop series. Part of it is to gather concerns of stakeholders, and also to say, look, how can we find solutions? And I'm sure that the Secretariat will also, as much as they can, communicate, this information you're requesting about completing these forms, what next, what to do. But I'll leave that to the Secretariat to provide some time during this four-day session to actually respond to some of these concerns that you have raised. The next question, next person will be Ernest Edukere. Please, 1 minute. Is Ernest ready? Ernest, are you ready?
Oh. All right, thank you. I was waiting for you to unmute me.
Okay.
My concern has to do with intellectual property rights as it affects manufacturing. Some time ago, I discovered that even though we have the system in place to be able to manage the intellectual properties that we have an agency, but I don't know how ours in Nigeria and specifically in Africa would tie into the world intellectual property, ensuring that all the rights are adhered to. Right now, the United States and Britain have a lot of gain from that area. They don't really need to go into core manufacturing much because they gain a lot from intellectual property right. Now, the second concern I have has to do with cheap labor in some parts of the world. We are going into exports. Hopefully, by the time we have free trade, we'll also be selling to the outside continent, outside Africa. How are we going to handle the Chinese cheap labor, all those countries that do not have good labor laws, that they will flood our markets because they have access to maybe South Africa. From South Africa, their goods will find their ways to Nigeria and all that. How are we going to handle all that? That's where my concern is. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ernest. Francis is here. Francis would like to respond to not just your question, Ernest, but questions also raised by Teso, questions also raised by Gabriel. Mr. Natogo.
Okay, all right. So before I go on, there's Mr. Sidi Ali who has been raising his hand. So maybe you can take him as well, and then I can provide answers, and hopefully some of the speakers can chip in as well. Mr. Sidi Ali.
Yeah, thank you, Francis, and thank you, the moderator.
Okay.
It is quite interesting to have listened to all the presentations this morning, especially from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, starting with the engineer Mansour Ahmed, the president, the director general, and all the people that have made these presentations. They are quite eloquent presentations, and they are, in most cases, policies that are already embedded in our agencies. But how are we making those policies to work for us? And that comes to the idea of having a strategy. Because you see, once the AfCFTA commence fully by January, no country is going to wait for Nigeria. So we have to really think and come up with an immediate strategy that can work for us. We just have to find a way of trading. We have to push our products, even if they are not manufactured. Those products that we feel have a comparative advantage with some of our countries, we still have to find a way of pushing them. And that comes up with the idea of what the Ghanaians have done, because I happen to have a friend there with the Ghana Export Promotion Agency. They came up with a specific strategy for AfCFTA, and they went around the entire 16 regions, educating and propagating that strategy to their stakeholders. I think we should all agree that putting our heads together, MAN, NASIMA, NEPC, and all the development bankers, we can come up with something that can work. We look at the issue of export trade strategy before. Let's go to Lome, Togo, open up a warehouse, find a way of pushing all these our products from Nigeria to that warehouse directly. We can discuss the logistics with all the agencies concerned. Then we go to Morocco, also have a single platform where all these products can be pushed. You discover that while waiting for all these challenges that have been highlighted on our manufacturing sector are tackled, we still have a way of getting our products in those countries. Because at this point of time, this is December 2020. January is just by the corner. We cannot sit down and start lamenting and then highlighting challenges when I have a feeling that by coming together, we can still devise a way of pushing the little products that we have for now while working towards getting more products. And moreover, it is also important to realize that the demand always creates its own supply. By the time we move into these countries and identify some of the products that could be directly pushed from Nigeria, you discover that there will be domestic investment and foreign investment coming in to take advantage. So that is the little contribution I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sidi. Francis, before you take the questions, I have two others that you can also take as well. So one is, I'm concerned about the level of sensitization in the country. What are we doing to carry everyone along? And I mean small businesses, small, medium, and large enterprises. And then the second one is, what are the NTBs encountered by Nigerian manufacturers presently exporting to other African countries? Francis.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me start with the very first one, which is from Tesu. He's talked about that at this point we should be talking about specific markets and specific products. And indeed, the work we've done at the National Action Committee, we've identified 5 key markets. And these are South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya, and we are treating ECOWAS as a market as well. So these are the 5 markets that we are zeroing in on. And we've also started making a bilateral connection so that we could move, we could start discussing how we move on specific products. In terms of products, we have the priority products, some of which was presented earlier by my colleague Peter. So we've narrowed down on some of those and to push them, while at the same time trying to see, like Mr. Sidialu said, those ones that are already exporting now, how do we even push them out? So that's what we've done. And Mr. Tesua and I and a couple of others are already working to set up that national technical committee to address the standards issue for the products, especially the ones that we've identified. And what we are working is to say now, like the president of NASME said, Nigerian has zero products or businesses that are certified to global standards. We are trying to see, can we do that for 100 companies by end of 2021? So some of these actions we will start to materialize rather sooner than later. Now, I think at this point, let me make a point on the start of trade in January 2021. Yes, the trade is upon us, but that does not call for us to panic. And for 2 reasons. For instance, conversations around what documents will accompany goods and all of that only happened about a week and 2 weeks ago. So COVID actually dealt a blow on the level of execution. So it is now that some of those conversations are happening. So, but it's important that yes, trade starts, but the tariff book is not ready, not just Nigeria, but other countries. The certificate of origin and other things are also not ready, which is why you don't have them yet. So as all these things come out, we will cascade them to everybody, not just us, but also the implementing agencies. Patrick talked about barite, and I would also say the fact that we are starting trade by January does not mean that duties on those products will go to zero on 1st of January 2021. No, we are part of ECOWAS, and the liberalization is over a 10-year period. So in 2021, you will see a 10% decline in the tariff level, and that will continue all the way for the next 10 years. So it is important to note this as well. Now, specifically on products where we have comparative advantage, yes, we now need to be buried in the oil and gas or other ones. We now need to make sure that we force the we force the use of these things locally, either through sensitization or advocacy to enforce local content policies or executive orders that are already there. But this is part of why we're having this conversation. In a number of cases, the instruments are there, but we now need to make sure that we force the conversation and then we force compliance to them. In terms of price competitiveness, when you look at it, your point is clear in terms of competitiveness. Again, there are, as we speak, and as a number of speakers mentioned, as we speak, a lot of our products find their way into Africa, although informally, and they all go through the same problems that the former guys talk about. So again, it's an issue that we need to keep working on. And if we tackle the power with renewables or we fly those products that don't need to go by port and so on, we just need to keep working on this and be innovative, and even as we try to resolve the big infrastructure problems. There are no quick fixes, I would say, no quick fixes. The sensitization, we've started the sensitization, and we will have the geopolitical zone sensitization, and that should start. We will have the conversations, jingles and so on starting this month, but even the engagement with in partnership with agencies or associations like MAD, NASIMA and all of that would happen in the new year. So we are getting ready for that. Then the issue on IPR is, so IPR is something that is in the phase 2 negotiations of the AfCFTA, which should start in the new year as well. So hopefully that would start addressing some of those. IPR is even a bigger issue for services. So we'll keep our eye on that, and the relevant agencies are already gearing up for that. One of the Mr. Sidi Ali talked about immediate strategy. Again, he was part of us when we were talking about the export trade, and the point I take from that is, okay, let's move on and start doing the export trade, which we've already discussed about. So that should also, we're engaging NEPC and we're engaging NEXIM. So these things will start pushing them as hard as we can. But really, the idea of this is this would crystallize into a narrow areas to focus on, and that at least the draft of everything that we're doing now should be ready by end of the year, and that will form the basis for our engagement in the new year. I think that's it. I've talked about the sensitization. So the way we are approaching sensitization is first of all creating the awareness that there's AfCFTA, and then the next thing would be talking about, okay, so what are the processes? What do you need to do? What do you need to know? The rules of origin in some cases are known. In some other cases, they are still being negotiated. The market offer, the specific products that will be liberalized at ECOWAS level, we just concluded very, very recently. So with the conclusion of these things, you will start, so this information will now start trickling into the public domain. So I would say bear with us a bit. We are committed to pushing this out, and we're working with everybody, but I don't think there's any need to panic now. This is a marathon. This is really a marathon. The borders don't just open on the 1st of January. I think the last question is on the NTBs. I think a key point to make here is that at Africa level, there is a website that has been opened for exporters to go. If you experience any NTB, please go there and report it, and they will track it and work towards resolving it. I think for us at the domestic level, it's not only to create awareness about this website, but also have a mechanism such that we can collect that information and either direct people to go and put it up there, or help them collect it and put it up there for themselves. So these are all the things that are in the plan for us at the National Action Committee, and gradually we will unfold these. Thank you very much. Perhaps one or two of the presenters may have a point or two to make.
Okay. Do we have any of our presenters who want to make a point? No? Okay, no. So I assume that there are no further comments. Thank you so much, Mr. Natogo. Thank you very much for addressing some of those questions and some of the concerns. I think it's good to know that there is still some time, even though it's not so much, but there's still some time for the sensitization to happen, and there's still some time for some of the things that we haven't completed yet to be able to do them before trading starts and begins to pick up. So we will go now to the closing remarks. To do this is Engineer Adewale Bakare, the Director, Industrial Development Department. He mentioned earlier when he gave his own session, he would not be here because he has to attend to another session somewhere else. But Mrs. Muyiwa Jayade, she's the Deputy Director, Industrial Development Department. She will give the closing remarks before we conclude. But for me, it's been an absolute pleasure moderating this session. I have not only been speaking, but I've also been listening, and there is so much for me to take back and reflect on as we work towards ensuring that as the manufacturing sector is able to manufacture for Africa. Thank you. So Mrs. Just can get a name, Mrs. Muyiwa Jayade, you have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
We can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. On behalf of my principal, Mr. Adewale Bakare, the Director of Industrial Development, Department of the Federal Ministry of Industry and Investments, Trade and Investments, who has gone to attend the National Council meeting, I wish to thank the organizers, NAC, and all participants and the presenters, facilitators that presented well thought out presentations and insightful too. And to also tell you that the Federal Ministry of Industry is very ready to support the manufacturing sector as it was in its readiness towards the year. Thank you very much.